they do get in illegally. Those two laws are not being followed. Negotiations begin once the Biden administration starts enforcing the laws. I'll get you both.
Governor, is there any plans right now from the state of Texas to expand similar operations that you are seeing here in Shelby Park? I know you are touting the success in the plummeting of illegal crossings, or any plans right now to expand similar operations where Texas officials will seize control of certain parts of the border right now?
So, yes, we are working on expansion plans to expand the successful operations that we've seen in certain locations that deter illegal immigration. And some of those will be announced after they occur. Others will be announced beforehand. But just know this, and that is the National Guard is relentless. On a daily basis, they're adding more razor wire barrier, more anti-climb barrier, more other ways to repel people from trying to enter illegally. And I got to emphasize this, and that is in doing so, there's actually been a dramatic reduction in drownings in the river by more than 50%. If people are enticed to cross a treacherous river, they will cross that river and some will lose their lives. One thing we know for a fact, right behind you is a bridge that people are walking across as we speak. No one drowns on a bridge. No one gets cut by razor wire on a bridge. If people tried to enter the country through the pathway created by Congress as the pathway into the country, lives would be saved.
And with the Biden administration right now is weighing the decision whether to pursue legal action regarding the operations here in Shelby Park. Whether the Biden administration pursues a legal action, would that affect any decision made by him?
So I actually hope the Biden administration takes legal action about this area, because I want to make one thing perfectly clear. One reason why this area is occupied by the state of Texas is to prevent the Biden administration from any further violation of federal law on this Texas land. They are violating two laws required by Congress. Congress requires the federal government to deny illegal entry. The Biden administration used this park to aid illegal entry into our country. And then secondly, you saw the masses, the thousands that they allowed together in this park for processing and then to be sent elsewhere in the United States. That's mass parole. Congress has specifically prohibited mass parole into the United States. What Texas is doing right now is we are the ones actually enforcing laws passed by Congress. Biden is breaking those laws. And we look forward to our day in court where we are able to tell America the way that Joe Biden is violating the laws that are on the books by Congress right now. Should I get her? I told her I'd come to her. I'll come back to you here in a second.
We have several concerns from people who spoke today, as well as yourself, about what and who is coming across the border. There's also been concerns as well as questions about a Venezuelan gang boss being there. Do we know if anyone that has been apprehended in Texas has been part of that gang?
So in that gang in particular, I don't have information about that, and I know that DPS would be able to get you that answer specifically. However, I do want to tell you this. We know that DPS is arresting dangerous gang members all the time, including they arrested a MS-13 gang member who was on the terrorist watch list. And we know that there are terrorists and people on the terrorist watch list who seek to cross the border all the time. Under Joe Biden's tenure, there's been an all-time record number of people on the terrorist watch list who were apprehended. But here's the key fact. If you're on the terrorist watch list, they're going to pay extra money to the cartels to not be apprehended. What Joe Biden does not know, what the FBI does not know, is the number of people on the terrorist watch list who were able to evade detection, enter the United States illegally, and are moving around the country with the potential to cause catastrophic harm.
Last question.
Governor, do you have plans for the future besides that you have right now? Do you have any plans to ensure that the border goes? What is the next?
So the next steps is to, I'm working with the National Guard on plans as we speak right now to expand the National Guard effort along the border region. We're going to work on strategies to ensure the capabilities of the National Guard to add more soldiers, more resources, more capabilities so they can be even more successful. Thank you all.
Good job.
We'll see you
Thanks. I appreciate you. All right.
Appreciate you. You know what your check goes to.
Yes. Well, you get things going.
Of course. Of course. Here, listen. You want with that or this? There we go. Here we go. Let me just start out by making a point that too many people forget. And I insist that you never forget. 3 years ago, we had the lowest number of border crossings in decades. And there was a reason why we had such a low number of border crossings 3 years ago. It's because we had a president who had implemented 4 very simple policies that led to that dramatic decrease in illegal border crossings. One is to end catch and release. Another is to implement Title 42. Another is to implement the Remain in Mexico policy. And the other is to build a border wall. And maybe you could add to that an attitude that if you want to come to the United States of America, come here legally, not illegally. And as soon as President Biden took office, he eliminated all of those policies that President Trump put in place and also issued basically an open invitation to anybody in the world that they can come here to the United States and cross our border illegally with no consequences. And the result was extraordinarily predictable. And that is, this past year, we saw the highest number of illegal immigrants ever who were apprehended coming across our border. Well, Texas is stepping up. And we have done more than any state has ever done. And there's a reason for it. Texans, as well as our fellow Americans, they are furious about the lawlessness caused by President Biden's open border policies. And they should be angry about that. And it's because of that that I declared border security to be an emergency item this session for us to not only address, but to address quickly because of the need for us to be even more proactive to deal with the border. There are several reasons why we need to be more proactive. The upcoming elimination of Title 42 is going to be bringing even more people across our border. It is expected to expire in May. According to federal estimates themselves, they said that once Title 42 is eliminated, we can expect up to 18,000 people crossing the border a day. Calculate that, and that would be more than 6 million people crossing the border a year because of the elimination of this one last bar to people coming across the border. The magnet will just continue to increase. And we're seeing that occur as we speak. In January, the numbers are always low about the number of people coming across the border. We've already seen upticks in what has happened from January to February. And we have information about people who are in Central America right now making their way toward the border. And we are working on strategies to make sure that Texas is going to be prepared. To the extent that any of this information gets beyond our borders, we're sending a message today. And that is, if you're coming toward the United States of America and you are thinking about crossing our border and you're thinking about making your border crossing in the state of Texas, you're picking the wrong state to enter into or to try to enter into, because we're going to do everything we can to keep you out of our border, to keep you out of our country. But I want to give you an example of how the increase has occurred in just the time period since right before Biden took office till today. In February of 2020, in the 1 week, February the 12th of 2020, in the entire border, there were 3,985 people apprehended. Is that entire border? The Texas border. 3,000, so under 4,000 people apprehended coming across the Texas border in February of 20, which was the last February that President Trump was in office. The first February that Biden was in office, it went from 3,985 to 13,672 in just 1 week in February, that very same week. And then the year after that, that very same week, it jumped to 21,560. And so it went up about fivefold, 5 times in just that 1 week period, year after year after year, because of Biden's open border policies. Well, what Texas has done is we have deployed the Texas National Guard far more than any state ever in the history of the United States of America to repel and to turn back people who are trying to cross the border illegally. We have deployed the Texas Department of Public Safety, and they have arrested more than 25,000 criminals who got past the Border Patrol. Had DPS not been on the border making these arrests, there would have been dangerous criminals who got away into the United States or into the state of Texas that would have posed a very serious danger to our populace. And so we thank DPS for doing that. In addition to that, altogether, they have apprehended more than 330,000 gotaways who got away from the Border Patrol or otherwise got through the gaps. And so once again, had DPS and the National Guard not been there, that would have been hundreds of thousands of more people who were able to get into the country illegally. But most prolifically is what DPS has done with fentanyl, because DPS alone has seized enough fentanyl to kill every man, woman, and child in the entire United States of America. Had DPS not seized that fentanyl that got past Border Patrol, there's no telling how many Americans would have died because of that fentanyl spread across the streets of our country. Also, to accelerate the crackdown on the Mexican drug cartels, the real cause of all of this, I declared them as terrorist organizations to empower Texas law enforcement to use advanced strategies to go after not just the cartels, but all of their assets that are here in the state of Texas, so we can do everything possible to put these Mexican drug cartels out of business. And then to help relieve small border towns, Del Rio and places like that, that have no capability to house and take care of the thousands of migrants who are dropped in their communities by Border Patrol. That led to the busing operation to relieve the congestion in these small communities where we are busing the migrants that were dropped off by Border Patrol to self-identified sanctuary cities in other parts of the United States. It is kind of interesting that one of the locations where we were dropping them off to, New York, condemned Texas for busing them to New York, only to learn that New York is now busing them to Canada. And then on top of all that, Texas is the only state in the history of the United States of America that it has ever built its own border wall. We have been in the process over the past year of acquiring rights on land owned by private landowners that will allow us to accelerate the process of building the border wall over this coming year. There's a possibility, depending upon how the construction process works, where by the end of this calendar year, Texas as a state may have added more border wall than the Trump administration did for the United States of America during his 4 years in office. Bottom line is that the Texas National Guard and DPS troopers, they are working around the clock under the leadership of Major General Seltzer and Colonel McCraw. And now also, Texas has done something no state has ever done. I announced last month that we have our own border czar, the man to my left, Mike Banks. He served in the Border Patrol in leadership positions for about 23 years, and he brings a high level of expertise. it's important to emphasize that on his first day in office, he spent more time on the border as the Texas border czar than Kamala Harris, the federal border czar, has spent in years in office. Not just that, but he operates right here out of Weslaco. And he's up and down the border every single day, working and collaborating not just with DPS and the National Guard, but working with local officials, whether they be mayors or county commissioners or sheriffs. And so Texas as a state is now operating more in sync with local communities better than we ever have because of the role of coordinator that Mike Banks, the Texas border czar, is playing. And very importantly, listen, this is an issue for the state of Texas to deal with. And we have to deal with it only because the federal government is not doing its job. And now that we're in session, we have the leadership of the state legislature that are fully engaged. And with us include Senator Birdwell and Representative Guillen. And I appreciate what they've done before. They've already issued analyses and reports even long before today about what's going on the border. But we will be working in collaboration with them over the course of the remainder of the session on this emergency item to make sure that Texas is doing everything we possibly can to secure the border. It's not a button. I want to thank everybody for joining with us here today for a landmark announcement. First of all, I want to thank the folks who are with us, including Major General Seltzer, who is the Adjutant General for the Texas National Guard. We have Colonel Steve McCraw, who is the Director of the Texas Department of Public Safety. We have Eddie Betancourt, a Commissioner with the Texas Facilities Commission. And we have a special guest I will introduce you to here shortly. First, I'll tell you this, and that is building a border wall and adding hundreds of miles of other barriers is only one way that Texas is responding to President Biden's refusal to enforce the immigration laws of the United States of America. We have turned back more than 32,000 illegal immigrants trying to cross into our country. We've arrested more than 24,000 criminals. We have seized enough fentanyl to kill every man, woman, and child in the entire United States of America. And we have targeted the cartels that profit off of the illegal immigration policies of President Biden. Well, combating illegal immigration in Texas is a full-time job. It's a job that requires a leader whose only focus is responding to President Biden's open border policies. Today, I'm announcing a border czar to fulfill that mission. We found the right person for the job in Mike Banks. Mike Banks is an award-winning Border Patrol agent. He has held important Border Patrol leadership positions for more than 20 years, serving under 4 presidents. He has served on the border here in the Rio Grande Valley, as well as in Arizona and California, and at the United States Border Patrol headquarters in Washington, D.C. He retired from the Border Patrol about 10 days ago. Mike has seen firsthand the struggles of ranchers and communities caused by open borders. He understands the dangerous impact that Mexican drug cartels have on our country, the human trafficking, the drug running, and well as the smuggling of deadly drugs like fentanyl. He's worked with mayors and other governmental leaders in both the United States and in Mexico. He has collaborated with the United States military, ICE, the National Guard, DPS, as well as local law enforcement. Mike will work in the office of governor for the state of Texas and report directly to me. He will be headquartered in the border region in Weslaco, Texas. He will travel frequently up and down the border as well as around the state as needed. Mike will tap his expertise to deploy strategies that reduce illegal immigration and keep our community safe. He will work on things like the surge operation like we used in El Paso last month. He will collaborate with the National Guard and DPS as well as other state agencies, along with local officials and landowners on other border security measures. And he will work with the Facilities Commission to accelerate the building of the border wall in Texas. Texas, we're not going to stand idly by while the Biden administration refuses to enforce the immigration laws. As our borders are, Mike Banks will work with stakeholders and communities, law enforcement on the streets, to enforce the laws on the books and drive down illegal crossings. He has a proven record of going toe-to-toe with the cartels and winning. Now, he will bring that winning record to help protect Texas from Biden's open border policies. So I'll introduce to you Mike Banks.
There you go.
Thank you, Governor. As the Governor said, I'm extremely humbled to be selected by the Governor for this opportunity. Protecting national security and protecting the borders of this nation has been something that I have dedicated the last 23 years of my life to, and I'm very passionate about it. I look forward to continue working with our stakeholders, our law enforcement partners in the community, and leveraging everything we can to further protect our great state of Texas and the United States. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Steve McCraw, Director of the Texas Department of Public Safety.
Thank you. Mike, welcome to the Texas team. I think you know very well, and we were discussing earlier, that no state has done more to support the men and women of Border Patrol and its mission in the state of Texas. And no governor has dedicated more time and energy and effort in terms of public safety, homeland security, and border security than Governor Greg Abbott. I think you'll feel comfortable here. You also find out we get along here in Texas and get things done. In fact, I'm not taking a shot at our esteemed members in the U.S. Congress, but I can tell you this, is that Texas State Legislature gets done more in 6 months than they do in 2 years, plain and simple. And under the governor's leadership and continued support, we'll do what we can to do everything we can to protect Texas from all things and all threats, foreign and domestic. Thank you.
And now Major General Seltzer.
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon, everyone. Major General Tom Seltzer. The Texas National Guard has forces arrayed across the Texas-Mexico border from El Paso down to Brownsville in this unprecedented effort to secure the border and prevent, detect, and interdict transnational criminal activity along our border. To that end, we've produced over 130 miles of barrier, consisting of 72 miles of 8-foot fencing with razor wire, including 58 miles of concertina wire. Most recently, you may have seen, with the help of our partners, we erected anti-climb fencing along the river in the El Paso area in order to block the flow of illegal immigration into downtown El Paso and further to the east, the dangerous crossing on Highway 375 into the El Paso area. Additionally, we continue to work with DPS on the river in boats, at security points, and also in the brush to stop the smuggling of people, drugs, and weapons into Texas. Additionally, we're increasing our drone program by increasing our number of small unmanned aircraft systems to 28 aircraft. We're currently training additional FAA certified pilots to fly those drones to increase our effort on the border. And lastly, I applaud the governor for selecting Mr. Michael Banks to be the border czar. We look forward to working with you, Michael, in securing the Texas border.
Can I see a second? I don't know what on here to push last time. Sure, I get that. But I would do it again. But we're on here to push. Right there? All right. And next we have Commissioner Betancourt with the Texas Facilities Commission.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you for coming. It's been a great team effort at Texas Facilities Commission. My name is Eddie Betancourt. I'm a commissioner. Ever since a year and a half ago, we started this program, and we've come a long way. We have a great team in our staff, and we're looking forward to work with Mike here. Whatever you need, Mike, we're at service. Governor, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for what you guys are doing. We'll take a few questions. Go ahead. Can I get you to start the sentence again?
For the funds allocated
Yeah.
for the Laredo area border wall, $124 million for a 9-mile stretch, roughly $24 million per mile. What can you say about the steps that are being taken to reduce the cost of the border wall as you continue these projects?
So, first of all, you are right. Our estimation as we build the border wall is that it will cost approximately $25 million per mile. That varies depending upon the location. Part of that is the materials for the wall. Part of it is the cost of acquiring the rights to be able to build the wall on land. One thing that has slowed our process a little bit is getting those rights to build the wall. With the work of the Facilities Commission, we have accelerated that process of acquiring the land rights, and now we're able to build even more wall going forward. Go ahead.
Mayorkas today in Florida is praising the humanitarian parole and apprehensions down at the border and saying it's not necessary for the lawsuit against the humanitarian parole. Your take on it?
The use of the parole system by the Biden administration is completely illegal, completely contrary to already existing federal law. We filed a lawsuit against it. I'm going to tell you, we're going to win that lawsuit, just like we've won our other lawsuits against the Biden administration. It's the Biden administration that's acting lawlessly as it concerns the border, and it's their policies, like this parole policy, that will attract even more people to cross the border illegally, and that's one of the reasons why Texas needs a border czar today.
He claims 90% down on apprehensions.
So again, just like the Biden administration has misled America by saying that the border is open, the Biden administration is misleading America by talking about a reduction in the number of people coming across the border this month. The reason is because every January is the kind of the lowest month for border crossings. And if you just look at cycles, because of the Biden administration's actions, we can expect those numbers to increase dramatically in spring and in the summer.
A lot of people who are getting humanitarian parole are not jumping the river. They're not going in between ports of entry. They're signing up with CBP 1, or they're getting access to a lawyer, and that's not really needed these days. How do you address that? When people come, they wait in line, they fill out the application, and then they get in. And again, humanitarian parole, people are not jumping the river, and those numbers are beginning to show that.
You're incorrect in what your assessment is of the numbers. To be clear, humanitarian parole applies to 4 countries and only 30,000 people from each of those countries. It doesn't apply to all the other people from those 4 countries, and does not apply to the people who are coming from 150 different countries across the globe. There are people who will continue to come across the river. However, again, our goal is, because the Biden administration has these border policies that attract more people to come here lawlessly, we need to have a czar who's going to be in charge of helping us protect the border here in the state of Texas, someone with a proven record of doing exactly that as a Border Patrol agent.
Does the state of Texas have an issue?
Okay.
Does the state of Texas have an issue with people using CBP 1? Do you have an issue with that?
With people using
CBP 1, the application to apply to come across. the
Yeah.
border.
So any way that the Biden administration violates federal law to attract more people to cross the border is a way that will just do nothing more than increase illegal immigration, as opposed to following the immigration laws already on the books. You all may recall that I was in El Paso at the president's request. He asked me to be there on the tarmac to greet him, and I did so. And I gave him a letter. And in that letter contained 5 bullet points. Among those 5 bullet points were laws that are already in existence that the Biden administration is violating. And I asked the president, please just enforce the laws already on the books. Go ahead. Sure. Go ahead and sit up.
So for me, the number one priority is to make the state of Texas the least desirable place for illegal immigration to cross, right? I don't think it's going to be that difficult, right? It's the exact same thing. I'm going to apply the applicable laws that are out there that should be applied, you know, within my ability. Working with the Texas Guard, I worked with the federal guard as the patrol agent in charge of the Wesco Border Patrol Station, as the patrol agent in charge of the McAllen Border Patrol Station. So we worked with the federal military troops. Now I'm going to be working with the state military department. We've worked with DPS, both from the federal level and now at the state level. So I don't think it's going to be a very difficult transition at all, right? It's just, we just need to be more aggressive.
Two more questions?
Sure. Is it 1.3? So first of all, this particular segment is going to be 1.5 miles, and the cost of a wall in general is about $25 million a mile on average across the board. The reason why this wall is located here, and the reason why you will see other segments of wall placed in different locations around the state, is because we are putting wall up where we get the land rights from the landowner to be able to build a border wall. Most of the land on the border is private property, and we have to get the rights from the private property owners to build a border wall in those segments. You'll see more of these going up. You raise a question about concerns of this community, about migrants going around the wall into the community. For one thing that the Border Czar has done in the past is to work with local officials to address their concerns. He knows, because we've already talked about this, one of his first responsibilities is to work with the mayor in this community to make sure that we are addressing their safety needs. That also is the same role that the Texas Department of Public Safety has. We want to make sure that the surrounding community will be protected and as safe as possible. But also we will be hoping that neighboring landowners in this region will allow us to be able to build a wall on their property so we can just continue to make this a continuous wall. A couple of more questions. You already got a couple of, see there's somebody else who wants to ask one. If not, we'll come to you.
What is the biggest hurdle you have with the private landowners to get permission?
So listen, some private landowners just don't want a wall on their property, and so that's one. Sometimes it's the type of wall that they want. Maybe they don't want this wall, maybe they want a different type of wall, and that's what the general was talking about earlier when he talked about the more than 100 miles of different types of barriers that have been placed. And for those who don't want a wall like this, we may have different barriers that we can put up. Our goal is to be able to collaborate with property owners up and down the border so that one type of barrier or another will be able to be erected that will reduce illegal immigration into the state of Texas. Thank y'all very much. Oh, and now, all right, I want to show y'all building the wall as we speak. Let me see this. Top left. Right here. Press on that. And then, can you guys hear me? All right, good to go with the project.
Final up, Timmy. Final up.
I want to thank the governors who are with us here today. We have Governor Kim Reynolds from Iowa, Governor.
So the United States is officially divided. We are now starting to see more and more state governors come out in opposition against the federal government, telling President Biden that he needs to do more to secure the U.S. border. Because as of right now, all these states are siding with Texas. And that's a problem. The one reason why that's a problem is because now we have Republican states and Democratic states going at one another. Republican states continue to say they will send National Guard troops to the U.S. southern border if things start getting out of hand. But here's the problem. It's not just the U.S. southern border. I want to break down what's happening, what's going on at some of our northern states, and what you can expect moving forward. So, all I ask is one thing. Take 2 seconds, go ahead, hit that like button if you enjoy these daily updates, and now let's begin. So in 2024, the biggest issue that we have is our U.S. southern border. We have thousands upon thousands of people trying to enter the United States illegally. Well, this is where Republicans say we need to put an end to this. And now we have 26 GOP attorneys, attorney generals that are backing Texas and telling President Biden to secure the border. Well, guess what? President Biden can't secure the border. And what we've been finding out over the past few days is that the Biden administration pretty much has their hands tied. They can't do a thing because if they go and try to secure the border at this time, it shows Republicans that you were right. You know, you were right. I was wrong. And we probably shouldn't have, went and reversed all those things that former President Donald Trump did. But at the same time, the Biden administration can't come out and do new priorities, new laws, because if they do, again, this is going to hurt them in the upcoming election. And it all comes down to the election. But in a time where Denver is just up in arms because they're spending over $100 million just to keep people in their city, just to keep migrants in their city and putting together new resources that they never had before, new shelters, more food pantries and things like that. Yeah, it's turning into a crisis in Denver. In New York, well, it's already a crisis up there. In Chicago, again, more problems. But I want to show you this. Look at this right here. It says northern states see highest record of border crossings as migrants take advantage of the lax laws to get into Canada. Just so you know, you can travel from Mexico to Canada. You do not need a visa. Okay? All they are looking for is, do you have a return flight home? That's it. Is there a return flight going back to Mexico? If there is, that's good, because guess what? You could potentially be invited back into Canada. But here's the issue. I want to show you this number. New York, Vermont, New Hampshire see record illegal border crossings as many migrants enter Canada. Well, here's the number. And I want to show you these numbers. Okay, right here, look at this. It says, as more migrants swarm the southern border, increasing numbers have turned to the less fortified, more expansive U.S.-Canada border. The New York Times noted in a report published Sunday detailing how U.S. officials at the northern border have recorded 191,603 encounters with people crossing into the United States last year, a 41% increase from 2022. It says while most still use legal ports of entry, more than 12,200 migrants were apprehended crossing illegally from Canada in 2023, a 241% uptick from the 3,578 arrested the previous year. But here's what you need to know. This is only about a 300-mile strip of the border, of the northeastern border. It's known as the Swanton sector. But in this area, this is where people are crossing. But here's what you need to keep in mind. If people can't come in to the United States through the U.S. southern border, they'll fly around and they'll jump in through the Canadian border. And here's the issue. We are sending all of the resources down to the southern border. Guess what? It's going to turn into a crisis. It's going to turn into an issue because now it's not just the southern border that's seeing illegal immigrants come in. Now it's the northern border. And at this point, we could be fully invaded. This is a concern. Now, this is also one of the reasons why we're also getting more assistance from other states. For instance, Indiana, they're sending National Guard troops to the southern border at Texas's request. Well, guess what? What about when the northern border starts to see an influx of immigrants? It's going to happen. It's not it might happen. Experts are anticipating that we are going to see an influx of immigrants coming into the northern border as well. This is going to come as soon as March or April of 2024. So be ready, because this is about what we're going to see. Now, for people that live on the northern border, for instance, I live in Washington State, well, we could potentially see more and more people coming into our states, and they're not going to go anywhere. Okay, and I bring this up because that's exactly what many people are concerned with. Is the state that these illegal immigrants enter into is the state that they are most likely going to stay in. Now, here's the next thing. We are sending all of our resources down to the southern border. This means new border agents going down to the southern border. If we are going to get money and we're going to build another detention center, it's going to go down in the southern border. So we are not going to see all these resources coming up to the northern part of the United States. Guess what? That means that eventually when people start coming to the northern part and coming through Canada, well, we're going to have this exact same crisis, but up north. So the one thing that I can tell you at this time is that the Biden administration is looking at all avenues, looking at all options that are currently on the table. The problem is the options that they are looking at are only for the southern border. But here's the biggest thing. These states that are fighting one another, Republican states going up against the Democratic states. The problem is they are only looking at the southern border. They're looking at one another, saying, okay, what are you doing? What are we doing? And then how can we either help or how can we, continue to aid these people coming across? Well, the issue is everyone's going to be having their eyes at the southern border. Nobody's going to be looking at the northern border. Again, it's a little more secure, right? There's not as many people crossing, but at the same time, what happens when Mexico starts sending all these people back? They're going to start taking a plane from either the southern part of Mexico or maybe another country, go into Canada, and then come through the United States that way. So, all I can tell you at this point is the U.S. is divided. How do we fix this current situation? And then not only how do we fix it, how do we prevent this situation from happening again? Well, that's where we are pretty much begging for answers, because we have a lot of questions, but nobody has an answer as to how to solve this. So, the one thing I can promise you, I'll be here every step of the way. I'll fill you in on all the latest news and updates. But as of today, that is what we know. So again, thank you guys for watching. Consider subscribing, and I'll see you guys on the next one.
Over the past 2 decades, Congress has been bankrupting our nation. If you go back to the year 2000, our national debt was $5 trillion. That sounds like a wildly different world than where we are today, because it was a wildly different world. Think about that for a moment. 42 presidents over the course of more than 2 centuries had built up a total debt of $5 trillion. Then a Republican came into office, George W. Bush. And over the next 8 years, under a Republican president, our national debt went from $5 trillion to $10 trillion. We doubled the national debt in just 8 years. Then a Democrat came into office, Barack Obama. And over the next 8 years, the national debt doubled yet again, going from $10 trillion to $20 trillion. Now pause and reflect on that. 42 presidents over 2 centuries build $5 trillion in debt. 2 presidents, 1 Republican and 1 Democrat, over just 16 years, quadrupled our national debt. And now, over the last 6 years, again with a Republican president and a Democrat president, we've seen national debt grow from $20 trillion to $31.5 trillion. This is unsustainable. The American people at home, if you're fed up with inflation, if you're fed up with the cost of food skyrocketing, with the cost of electricity, of rent, of lumber, of mortgages, of gasoline, of cars, of everything you buy, it's because politicians in Washington cannot stop spending money that we don't have. Now, we are at a moment in time because the American people elected a Republican majority in the House where we have an opportunity to stop the madness. And I believe it is incumbent on that Republican majority and on Republicans in the Senate to use every lever point we have to stop the out-of-control spending that is driving inflation, that is punishing hardworking Americans across this country. As everyone here is writing, the debt ceiling is coming up. And the debt ceiling historically has proven the most effective lever point to force meaningful concessions. Now let me dispense with a canard. Nobody standing here wants to default on the debt. Let me be absolutely clear and unequivocal. The United States of America should never, ever, ever default on its debt. And whether or not the debt ceiling is raised immediately, the United States will not default on its debt. Why? Because revenue that comes in each month exceeds the interest payments that are owed. There is more than sufficient revenue coming in to ensure we never default on the debt. And every one of us supports legislation I call the Default Prevention Act, to put that in statute, to make clear the chances of a default are 0.00%. The reason the Default Prevention Act hasn't been passed is the Democrats block it. There is one principal person in this town that is talking about a default of the debt, and that is Joe Biden. Joe Biden wants to threaten a default in the debt. He wants to scare the markets. And frankly, he's counting on y'all. He's counting on the press corps just to repeat his talking points. He's counting on the press corps just to say, those crazy Republicans want to default on the debt. That is false. And if you write that in your stories, you are simply repeating partisan talking points from the White House. Historically, the debt ceiling has proven incredibly effective. In 2011, by standing strong on the debt ceiling, the Republican majority in the House forced passage of the Budget Control Act, the most significant constraint in federal spending in modern times. When I arrived here in 2013, Republican leadership was crowing about the great fiscal responsibility they saw because of the Budget Control Act. And then they turned around and abandoned it a couple years later. You go back before that, Graham Rudman, the most significant structural restraint on spending, passed because Congress held up the debt ceiling and used its leverage to force those reforms. And so I'm going to urge the members of the press, as this fight plays out, report it accurately. The rules of the Republican conference provide not that we will never raise the debt ceiling. It is not my position that we will never raise the debt ceiling. Rather, what the rules say is we will use the debt ceiling as leverage to force real and meaningful structural reforms to fix the underlying problem. It doesn't have to be a total solution for everything, but it has to be real and meaningful progress. And I will point out those rules that were written in the rules, I wrote them alongside the other senators who are standing up here today. That is the official position of the Republican conference. So we're going to see lots of fireworks. We're going to see lots of drama. We're going to see lots of Democrats. By the way, Joe Biden's position is facially unreasonable and ridiculous. Here's Joe Biden's position. I refuse to negotiate anything. That's what he's telling you. I don't care that there's a Republican majority. I don't care that we're bankrupting the country. I don't care that there's inflation ravaging this country. I, Joe Biden, will negotiate nothing. To hell with you. Let's default. That's Joe Biden's position. And on its face, it is objectively unreasonable. The reason he can take that objectively unreasonable position is because he believes the press will protect him. He believes that in your coverage, you won't talk about how it's objectively unreasonable for the president to say, I don't care what the Congress says. My answer is hell no. He's counting on you for that. That's unreasonable. It's irresponsible. And we're here to encourage the members of the House and the members of the Senate to hold the line and get serious about fixing this problem.
Senator Paul.
So I just left the State of the Union. I got to say it was a disappointing speech. It was angry. It was divisive. It was fundamentally dishonest. Joe Biden stood up there and sounded like an angry man on his front lawn yelling, "Get off my lawn." He refused to take responsibility for the policy failures of this administration, refused to take responsibility for rampaging inflation, for out-of-control crime, for the chaos at the southern border. He had the gall to say, quote, support my plan to secure the southern border, when it's his policies that have created open borders and have resulted in the worst illegal immigration in our nation's history and the most overdoses in our nation's history. You know, this speech could have been an opportunity for Biden to reach out to the new Republican majority to acknowledge that more than 2/3 of Americans recognize we're on the wrong path. But tonight, Joe Biden indicated he doesn't care what the American voters think. He's going to double down on failed policies despite the harm they're causing. This was a disappointing speech. It was an angry speech. It was a divisive speech.
Committee, a seed to the partisans who are saying get rid of the blue slip. Temporarily, you'll do some harm to Republicans on this committee by ramming through some terrible judges. But what you're really doing is giving away your prerogative. Every senator who's not even looking up right now is giving away your ability. I suspect Senator Booker cares about who's a judge in New Jersey. But if the blue slip goes away or is weakened by the Democrat chairman, you know what? Senator Booker's not going to have much of a say in who a judge in New Jersey is. And that's going to be true with a Democrat president or a Republican president. Now, Senator Booker and I may not agree on who the best candidate for a judge is, but I do think if you care about being a senator, putting partisan politics above the prerogatives, above protecting this institution, I still remember the day the Senate under Harry Reid used the nuclear option to end the filibuster for judges. And I remember standing on the Senate floor next to Senator Klobuchar. And I turned to Senator Klobuchar on that day and I said, y'all are going to regret this. You're going to regret this. You're going to regret weakening the institution of the Senate. And I said, the result of this, you are going to get more Supreme Court justices like Justice Scalia and Justice Thomas. Now, I said, I'm happy with that outcome. But you're not. And I will say, if you look at the justices that came through, that prediction proved exactly right. Democrats were willing, like lemmings, to jump off the cliff because partisan politics were that high. And so my call, and sadly I say this call with absolute certainty it will be unheeded, is for one Democrat senator to muster the gumption to say for one of these radical nominees, no, we're not going to vote to confirm a ham sandwich. No, we're not going to vote to confirm a judge who tells people he's motivated by hate. We're not going to vote to confirm a judge who doesn't even know what Article 2 of the Constitution is. We have a responsibility on this committee to ensure that Article 3 judges have the right temperament, the right character, and will follow the law. These judges that are nominated are not going to do that. And the only thing that will stop it will be if any Democrat senators are willing to insist on the barest modicum of standards and to do our jobs. And I hope and pray we do that. Thank you, Madam Chair. And welcome
to each of the witnesses at this hearing. A few moments ago, I referenced the bipartisan and pro-jobs legislation that this committee will be moving forward over the next 2 years. Right at the top of that list is going to be reauthorizing the Federal Aviation Administration. And it is a real opportunity for this committee to focus on aviation safety and also innovation and ensuring that we have a competitive aviation sector that gives consumers what they want, which is low prices and the ability to get where they want to go for work or for play inexpensively and conveniently. Safety, quite rightly, is the top priority of the FAA, and we should not be compromising on safety with too many recent near misses. We have to consider how to keep our airspace safe and efficient. Just this past weekend in Austin, Texas, there was a near disaster that was averted thanks to the quick reaction of the pilots. But it could have been a horrific day had those two planes collided on that runway in Austin. And it is my hope that we use the reauthorization opportunity to push the FAA safety and technology into the 21st century, to protect competition, and to resist the temptation to get into the business of regulating prices, which will only make air travel unaffordable. We all know why we're here today, which is in the middle of the holiday travel rush. Tens of thousands of families, including many Texans, missed Christmases at home, missed weddings, medical procedures, and more. Due initially to an unavoidable weather event, but prolonged for days because of the very serious failures at Southwest Airlines. Now, I'm a big fan of Southwest Airlines. I spend a lot of time flying Southwest. In fact, I jokingly refer to Southwest as the company plane. It feels like I'm on a Southwest plane once or twice or more a week. And I think Southwest, most days, does a fantastic job. I think Southwest employees consistently greet you with a smile, with a laugh. Southwest flight attendants will sing over the intercom. Southwest has done an amazing job inculcating customer service throughout a very large institutions. All of those are commendable. But when all was said and done, over the Christmas holiday, Southwest had canceled more than 16,000 flights. We'll hear more of an explanation today on what happened. And many people, understandably, were deeply frustrated at not being able to get where they wanted to go, not being able to be with their family. And I've had multiple conversations with senior leadership at Southwest. I'm confident they understand it was an epic screw-up and that they are committed to doing everything possible to prevent its recurrence. The airline has already paid out hundreds of millions of dollars in refunds, free future flights, and reimbursements for stranded travelers' out-of-pocket expenses. And the airline's working hard to win back travelers' trust. What I hope to hear today are the specific concrete steps taken by Southwest management to ensure that a similar operations meltdown never happens again. Now, as frustrating as those several days were, the question of whether Southwest has sufficiently made things right will ultimately be answered by the flying public. It will be answered by customers choosing whether or not to book a flight on Southwest. Because Southwest was issuing refunds and returning baggage, while they were doing so, some Democrats on this committee were proposing the government step in with overly complex, anti-competitive, and frankly unnecessary regulations that would collectively have the result of making flying unaffordable for many Americans. One of the great changes in our lifetime to commercial aviation is the prices of flights have gone way down so that more and more Americans can afford to travel to see a loved one, to travel to go on vacation with the kids. That's valuable, and instead of rushing to regulate prices and how many drink coupons you get, the Biden Department of Transportation should instead let the flying public vote with their feet. We need to be, as a customer, if I'm not confident of an airline's ability to get me from point A to point B on time, I'll choose a different airline. Southwest knows this, and it's how they have earned so many customers over and over again. And the Biden Department of Transportation doesn't seem to have quite the same faith in consumers. Last month, the Department of Transportation announced that it is investigating whether Southwest engaged in, quote, unrealistic scheduling for the holiday season. This provision of law permits the Department of Transportation to decide if a singular route is chronically delayed, which means it is delayed by more than 30 minutes, more than 50% of the time. Never one to let long-standing and well-reasoned precedent stand in the way, the Department of Transportation now plans to investigate the sensibility of the entire schedule, armchair quarterbacking the scheduling and operations of an entire industry. That's just foolish. Regulatory overreach, as egregious as that, would undermine decades of progress in air travel, harming the very consumers that DOT claims it's trying to protect. To avoid arbitrary fines, airlines would reduce service to pad their schedules. A world in which the Department of Transportation can deem an entire airline schedule, quote, unrealistic, is a world with fewer flights to smaller airports in Texas, in Montana, in Nevada, in Arizona, and less flexibility and competition for airlines, and ultimately, higher prices. Notably absent from today's meeting is Secretary Buttigieg. Just a few weeks ago, the FAA had its own epic screw-up with the meltdown of the NOTAM system. Under Secretary Buttigieg's watch, the FAA issued the first nationwide ground stop since 9/11. Leading to thousands of canceled flights. Now, the Department of Transportation didn't give any mea culpa to impacted travelers. The Biden DOT didn't issue refunds. It didn't issue reimbursements. It just screwed up their flights and then proceeded to say, we want to be in charge of how the airlines behave. Even though the FAA has been modernizing their NOTAM system since 2012, and Congress has fully funded the NOTAM budget, the FAA predicts they won't finish the modernization until 2030. We need to be defending consumers. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to close by this, which is urging my colleagues to be willing to stand up to the White House. I'm confident that many, if not most of you, actually care about having a qualified judiciary. One of the things I cannot understand over the last 2 years is every Democrat member of this committee has voted for every single Biden judicial nominee 100% without failing. And I will say on the Senate floor, every Democrat has voted for every Biden judicial nominee. Not a single Democrat in the United States Senate has mustered the courage to vote no on a single nominee. And to be clear, it wasn't that long ago. We had a Republican president and a Republican majority in this body, and there were many of us who said on particular nominees, this is not a good nominee. We're not going to support this nominee. In fact, the John Kennedy test that Chairman Durbin referred to came from a Trump nominee who John Kennedy eviscerated at a hearing in a video that I still liken to watching a car wreck in slow motion. It was painful. But what happened?
When it became clear that this individual was not qualified for the position for which he had been nominated, the White House withdrew the nomination. And it did so after a number of us made clear we're not going to support putting an unqualified person on the bench, pull the nomination back. So I would ask members of this committee, is there anyone, if the White House nominates a ham sandwich, are Democrats prepared to rubber stamp Judge Ham Sandwich? And this also connects to the discussion on the blue slip. Look, I understand politics. Sometimes we put on team colors and you're a Democrat or Republican and you vote with your party, and that, for a number of issues, is fine. But do any Democrat members of this committee actually care about defending the institution of the Senate and your authority as a senator to represent your state? Because the blue slip, fundamentally, it's not even a partisan issue. It is fundamentally about Article 1 versus Article 2. Now, Biden's judicial nominees have no idea what I just said. But the blue slip is all about, are judges going to be picked solely by the president or by the home state senators? And let's be clear, this is not just when the opposing party is in the White House. When Donald Trump was president, there were some, I think, 22 judicial vacancies on the district court in Texas. When Trump was president, Senator John Cornyn and I, we have a bipartisan federal judicial evaluation committee that puts out a notice, a call for application, that interviews, that selects very qualified nominees, recommends them to us. I can tell you, during the Trump presidency, Senator Cornyn and I, we met together, we agreed, and for each vacancy, we forwarded to the Trump White House one name. One name, and for every single one the Trump White House nominated, the one name we forwarded. If the Democrats in this... Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Acting Administrator Nolan, for being here. While I look forward to hearing from you, I have to say I'm disappointed by the absence of a Senate-confirmed witness like Secretary Buttigieg, who ultimately oversees the agency responsible for the NOTAM failure. And I would note that Secretary Buttigieg, in my view, instead of engaging in politics, should be focused on the job he has now and addressing the very serious transportation crises we are seeing playing out across the country. On the afternoon of January 10th, the FAA's Notice to Air Mission system failed. About 15 hours later, after failing to reboot the system, the FAA ordered a full ground stop of the National Airspace System for the first time since September 11th, 22 years ago. The ground stop was because America was under attack. But this time, this ground stop was the result of a federal agency's inability to modernize, despite Congress providing the required resources to do so. The Washington Post called the ground stop, quote, almost unprecedented, and said the FAA, quote, learned long ago their systems were dependent on rickety foundations, but didn't do enough to update technology. Despite a similar outage in 2008, the FAA still has not improved the system. A technology specialist involved in the 2008 outage blamed, quote, organizational inertia, something I've heard many times before when people describe problems at the FAA. The Wall Street Journal said, quote, given the importance of the FAA's mission, this kind of failure is hard to excuse. If glitches happen all the time, why doesn't the FAA have redundancy? Canada's NOTAM system, operated by a nonprofit, experienced apparently unrelated problems the same day as the United States, but planes there kept flying. The NOTAM breakdown last month was clearly a mistake. I fear it is emblematic of a culture afraid to innovate, stuck operating inefficiently, and illustrative of why President Biden needs to choose an administrator for the FAA with a proven ability to manage change within large organizations and with the requisite aviation and safety experience. The current nominee that is pending lacks that aviation experience. The FAA's safety mission, Mr. Nolan, as you know well, is too important to take for granted. There's a front page story in the Wall Street Journal today on the FAA's inability to modernize NOTAM. In that story, an FAA spokesperson claims that prioritizing NOTAM upgrades
wouldn't guarantee funding from Congress. That's simply not true. Congress has fully funded NOTAM modernization for more than 10 years. Every year since 2013, Congress has given as much or more than the amount requested by the executive agency for 10 years now. And yet, full modernization is still several years away. After investing millions of dollars, I'm wondering why this bureaucracy is taking so long to do its job. And is the system worth modernizing at this point? Because the status quo simply isn't acceptable. There must be accountability when an agency is not using taxpayer funds efficiently, and that, of course, starts with an accountable leader. Now, in his third year as Secretary of Transportation, Secretary Buttigieg has failed to deliver any meaningful reform at the FAA. Although NOTAM modernization started a decade ago, this administration seems focused on semantics. Whether it's replacing the term mother with birthing person, or creating a new checkbox on passports for people who claim to be neither a man nor woman, this administration's desire to signal its virtue seems to know no limits. It's even infected the FAA. Instead of it focusing on safety, the FAA and DOT were working hard to change NOTAM's name from Notice to Airmen to Notice to Air Missions. I would suggest instead the focus should have been on making sure the damn thing worked. Shockingly, renaming NOTAM didn't prevent an outage. Way back in 1994, Al Gore proposed to reform the FAA into a self-funding, more efficient organization. Today, the flying public is stuck with a self-regulating and flailing agency stuck in the 20th century. It is my hope that we can use this hearing and the 2023 FAA reauthorization bill to explore meaningful reforms to the FAA and its air traffic organization. And let me say finally, in recent weeks, we've seen several very concerning near misses that were almost mass fatality crashes. We've seen them in New York. We've seen them in Austin, Texas. We just recently saw one outside of Hawaii. I know Texans and Americans across this country are deeply concerned about these near misses, and I hope in addition to addressing the failure of the NOTAM system that Mr. Nolan, you will also address these near misses, why they almost killed hundreds of people, and what more can be done to make sure that the next near miss doesn't become a horrific tragedy. Thank you.
Proposes an amendment number 9.
Mr. President, there's no responsibility we have as members of Congress more serious than protecting the men and women who defend this nation. We're facing a national security crisis due to Joe Biden and his administration, who have repeatedly been unwilling to act against repeated hostilities from the nation of Iran. They have looked repeatedly for excuses to justify that inaction. Now, I want to be clear. I am not where some members of this body are who want to maintain this authorization for use of military force. I want to vote to repeal this authorization of use of military force. The Iraq War was a long time ago. I believe the Iraq War was a mistake at the time it was fought. And I would be enthusiastic about Congress reasserting its war-making and war-declaring power by repealing the AUMF. But at the same time, I don't want the repeal of the AUMF to be used as an excuse by the Biden administration to roll over and do nothing if and when Iran attacks and murders American soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines in the Middle East. And, Mr. President, this is not hypothetical. Just last week, General Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, testified before the House that from January 2021 until last week, there were 78 attacks against American forces in the Middle East by Iranian-linked fighters. 78. The Biden administration responded 3 times. 75 of them went unresponded. Tragically, but predictably, appeasement doesn't work. On Thursday morning, the CENTCOM commander was testifying in front of the House. Here on the floor of the Senate, we were debating this very issue, the AUMF and Iranian aggression. We now know that at 6:30 in the morning Eastern Time on Thursday, Iran attacked U.S. forces, murdered a United States citizen, a U.S. contractor, and wounded 6 other Americans. That happened at 6:30 in the morning Eastern Time on Thursday. Mr. President, you didn't know that on Thursday. Mr. President, I didn't know that on Thursday. None of us knew that on Thursday. Why? Because the Biden administration kept it a secret for 12 hours. Because they didn't want to tell the Senate while we were debating this issue that an American had just been murdered by Iran. That's disgraceful. You should be angry about it. I should be angry about it. My amendment is very simple. My amendment restates that under Article 2 of the Constitution, the President has the authority to defend U.S. troops and to respond to Iranian aggression. The opponents of this bill, my friend Senator Kaine will speak shortly. What he said in the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, he said the amendment's unnecessary. Article 2 already does that. Well, good. If it is unnecessary, then the Democrats ought to support my amendment and add it. Because I'll tell you what it will get. If we add this amendment, I will vote yes on the AUMF repeal. If we don't add this amendment, I'm a no. And here's why. I don't want to give an excuse for the Biden administration the next time Iran attacks to do nothing. And if it's unnecessary legally, it ought to be an easy give to say, let's add it to be clear. If you attack U.S. forces, the president has the authority to respond. Because I don't want the Biden administration using the repeal of the AUMF as an excuse for their weakness, as an excuse for their appeasement. There are some in the political world that are in favor of unending wars. I am not one of them. But I am in favor of the United States defending our soldiers and sailors and airmen and Marines. And let me say this. I don't know if the amendment's going to get the votes or not to pass. I think we will get most of the Republicans. I don't know if any Democrats will vote for it or not. But if this amendment is defeated and the Congress goes on to repeal the AUMF, and Iran takes that as encouragement that the Biden administration will not retaliate, I believe the consequences will be lives lost. I believe we'll be back on this floor with American soldiers and sailors and airmen and Marines who have lost their lives due to Iranian aggression because the Ayatollah believed the Biden administration would not respond. You don't want to see that, Mr. President. I don't want to see that. I believe no member of this body wants to see that. And if it's legally redundant, all the better to say, let's send a message to the Ayatollah. If you attack American forces, the president, the commander-in-chief, has the authority to respond and defend American forces. That is the number one responsibility of every member of this body. I yield the floor.
Senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I rise in opposition to the amendment. The bill that's on the floor is the effort to repeal authorizations for war against Iraq that were passed by this body in 1991 and 2002. These are not Iran authorizations. Iran and Iraq are not the same nation. The wars against Iraq are over, and we need to repeal these. This morning in the Armed Services Committee, we heard from General Austin. He talked about his visit to Iraq. He was there when we were fighting against them as an adversary. Now they are a strategic partner in the region against non-state terrorists and against Iranian aggression. They are an ally and a partner. Senator Cruz's amendment does restate Article 2 powers in part of the findings in a way that I don't find objectionable, but then in another part of the amendment it goes on to authorize affirmative military action by the United States against the nation of Iran. Iran is a bad actor and getting worse. I don't disagree with that. But if what we need is a debate about a war authorization with Iran, we shouldn't do it on the basis of a 1-minute amendment offered on the floor of the Senate. That's how we got into this problem in the first place. The Iraq authorization in 2002 was considered in the Senate for 1 day. No committee proceeding. 5 amendments in 1 day, and we went into a war that most would agree was one of the worst blunders strategically that this body has made. Let's not rush into a war authorization with Iran. If there needs to be military authorities to take offensive action against Iran, let's at least give it the dignity of a debate, a full debate, not a one-minute amendment vote. Finally, this amendment is opposed by groups all over the political spectrum, from Concerned Veterans of America to the Friends National Committee on Legislation to the American Legion, because they don't think we should be rushing into war. Iran and its challenging activity and aggression warrant some significant attention, not a one-minute amendment vote on a bill that it's not related to. I urge opposition to the amendment.
Mr. President.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I respect my friend from Virginia, but he is mistaken. This amendment is not a new authorization for military force. It restates current law. The language in the finding is word for word the finding that President Trump put in place when he authorized the strike that took out General Soleimani. After that strike against General Soleimani, I introduced an amendment on this floor to commend President Trump and the armed forces for taking out General Soleimani, and we voted on this, commending President Trump and our armed forces for taking out Soleimani. This is not breaking new ground. This is reiterating the proposition that the Commander-in-Chief has the authority to defend U.S. armed forces. And my friend from Virginia, I would note, by the way, earlier last week we voted on Senator Graham's amendment. That would have been a new authorization for use of military force. Many senators voted against it. This is a much narrower amendment. This says if Iran attacks U.S. troops, the Commander-in-Chief can defend those troops. That is current law, but it is important for Iran to hear. It is important for our troops to hear. It is important for the Biden administration to hear. And nowhere in my friend from Virginia's remarks did he dispute that Iran has attacked the United States 78 times in the last 2.5 years, and that the Biden administration responded only 3 times. We owe our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines to have their back. I urge support of this amendment.
Response. Thank you for being here and for that statement today. I'll now turn to the ranking member, Senator Cruz, for his statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome to all the nominees for being here today. First, we're here to consider Alvin Brown to be a member of the National Transportation Safety Board, or NTSB. The NTSB serves the important function of thoroughly investigating transportation incidents to identify their causes, and to make recommendations to prevent similar incidents. Both private sector and public sector transportation operators learn from the NTSB investigations and often voluntarily implement its recommendations. The NTSB also provides valuable information for Congress and for federal agencies to consider when developing transportation policy. I believe that Mr. Brown can help the NTSB fulfill its mission. As the mayor of Jacksonville, Florida, he oversaw 7,000 employees and implemented the city's transportation policy. During his tenure, he successfully built a coalition and led a campaign to address transportation safety. He also served as vice chairman of the U.S. Conference of Mayors Transportation Committee, which examined best practices for safety improvements across different transportation modes. On top of that, Mr. Brown has significant experience leading large, complex projects, like the multi-million-dollar project to deepen the Port of Jacksonville. And since last year, he has been serving at the U.S. Department of Transportation. I look forward to hearing from Mr. Brown today, and I would note also that he has earned the respect of Senator Rick Scott, who is a good friend of mine and whose judgment I trust. And Senator Scott has personally commended to me just how capable he believes you are and what an excellent job you will do. And that carries great weight with me. Second, we're here to consider some of the President's nominees to serve as members of Amtrak's Board of Directors. The 3 nominees here are all experienced public servants. I want to thank Mr. Kosha, Mayor Coos, and Mr. Sabat for their willingness to oversee our national intercity passenger railroad that American taxpayers subsidize every year with billions of dollars. However, I do have an obligation to raise a concern with the legality of the entire slate of nominees that President Biden has placed before this committee. A bipartisan group of Commerce Committee members has already raised this issue in multiple letters to the President. Unfortunately, he has yet to fix the problem. The Amtrak board is comprised of 8 Senate-confirmed members in addition to its CEO and the Secretary of Transportation. In 2021, Congress passed bipartisan legislation to ensure that Amtrak's board is geographically diverse and not dominated by board members from the Northeast Corridor. As a result, federal law now explicitly prohibits more than 4 of the 8 Senate-confirmed board members from being from the Northeast Corridor. That means that a maximum of 4 Amtrak board members can be from the 8 states plus the District of Columbia that make up the Northeast Corridor. This limitation is important because Amtrak operates in 37 other states, including Texas, through its national network of long-distance and state-supported routes. The Americans who reside outside of the Northeast Corridor and whose taxes generously support Amtrak's operations must have their interests fairly represented on Amtrak's board. Unfortunately, even with the 2 nominees yet to be submitted, 5 of the President's current slate of 6 nominees for the Amtrak board reside in the Northeast Corridor. That is clearly in conflict with federal law. The President needs to fix this legal defect by withdrawing one of the Democratic nominees from the Northeast Corridor. It's the President's decision which nominee to withdraw, but this slate needs to comply with the statute. Having said that, I'm still eager to hear about the vision that each of the 3 nominees here has for Amtrak for responsibly managing our country's national passenger railroad. In recent memory, Amtrak has had challenges. Amtrak has at times failed to operate responsibly, and it's struggled to build partnerships with states that subsidize certain Amtrak services. And during the pandemic, Amtrak awarded large bonuses to executives even while service suffered from the effects of reduced employee numbers, which is unseemly for an entity dependent on taxpayer money. The railroad can and must do better. Amtrak received $22 billion in the 2021 infrastructure law and will likely receive billions more in discretionary federal funding, including for the spectacularly expensive Gateway program between New Jersey and New York City. Having an Amtrak board of directors that provides effective management consistent with congressional direction is more important now than ever. I look forward to hearing from each of these nominees what you would do to ensure such management. Thank you, Madam Chair. Years ago, Justice Antonin Scalia testified before Congress, and he asked and answered the following question: what is it that keeps us free in America? What is it that protects our rights? And he pointed out that many people might answer something like the Bill of Rights, the First Amendment. And Justice Scalia laughed at that. He said that answer is objectively incorrect. He said if you look across the globe, there are tyrannies all over planet Earth that have wonderful Bill of Rights written. He pointed out the Soviet Union's Bill of Rights protected the rights in many ways more robustly than does our own Bill of Rights. And yet, of course, in the Soviet Union, if you crossed the government, they'd throw you in the gulag and torture you and murder you. What Justice Scalia went on to explain is what protects our rights here is the rule of law and the structural design of our Constitution that separates power, that prevents power from being unified in one place in government. And any time power is unified, the people's liberty is destroyed, and that has been true throughout the history of mankind. What we are witnessing right now from Senate Democrats is an organized, concerted, deliberate effort to smear, to try to delegitimize, and to try to destroy the Supreme Court. We're witnessing it because they're angry. Senate Democrats are angry that we have a majority on the court that are willing to follow the Constitution and follow the law. And it's important to note that Democrats
don't like democracy. If they did, they wouldn't go to the courts and try to force through wildly unpopular left-wing policies that the voters don't want. But today's congressional Democrats are more than willing to trample over the will of the voters, and they want judges to rubber stamp their left-wing views. As a result, the Democrats look at the Supreme Court as the one institution of government that they cannot force a left-wing agenda down. Today's Democrats want to strip Americans of religious liberty. Today's Democrats want to strip Americans of free speech. Today's Democrats want to strip Americans of the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. In fact, some have gone so far as to say they wish the Second Amendment had never been written. Standing in their way are justices who took an oath to the Constitution and who are faithful. So what we're seeing is a concerted effort. As everyone here knows, Chuck Schumer stood on the Senate floor and said that they had released the whirlwind, the justices, that he named Kavanaugh and Gorsuch by name, and they would pay the price if the justices did not rule the way Democrats wanted them to. When a draft of the Dobbs decision was leaked last year, a left-wing writer at Vox, a fellow named Ian Millhiser, tweeted, quote, "Seriously, shout out to whoever the hero was within the Supreme Court who said, F it." And by the way, he didn't abbreviate it. "Let's burn this place down." That's what their angry base is calling for. And tragically, that anger inspired a lunatic to travel from California to Washington, D.C. with guns and knives and rope with a deranged plan to murder Justice Kavanaugh. We've seen angry left-wing protesters protesting at the home of Supreme Court justices, and Joe Biden's Attorney General refuses to prosecute them for the federal felonies they're committing each night. This discussion of ethics, so-called ethics, is a fraud. They have targeted Justice Thomas because they have decided they want to destroy Justice Thomas. They hate Justice Thomas not because his conduct is different from the other 8 justices, but because A, he has voted faithful to the Constitution, and B, he is a black man who dares to be a conservative. And for the modern left, that is the gravest sin of all. The standards they're talking about are applied utterly hypocritically. The conduct they're attacking Justice Thomas for doing, Justice Stephen Breyer did the same thing. Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg did the same thing. Justice Sonia Sotomayor have done the same thing. But they don't attack them because this is about politics. And I want to emphasize what Senator Graham just said a minute ago. If we sit by and allow the Democrats to delegitimize the Supreme Court, to tear down the rule of law, Justice Scalia told us years ago, nothing will do more to endanger the liberty of every American. This will not stand.
Senator Cruz, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to call up my amendment SIL 23800. This amendment is very simple. It consists of one sentence. The Supreme Court of the United States shall be composed of 9 justices. There has been considerable debate about the efforts of the radical left and the Democrat Party to pack the United States Supreme Court, to add 4 left-wing justices immediately to the court to grow the number from 9 to 13 because Democrats are unhappy with the decisions that are being issued by the Supreme Court. When FDR tried to pack the court, it was widely recognized to be a grotesque abuse of power, undermining the rule of law. That was true then. It's true now. Some Democrats in this body claim, at least when they return home and talk to their constituents, that they do not support packing the Supreme Court. This amendment is an opportunity to go on record and be clear whether or not you support packing the court. I would urge adoption of the amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The Constitution, of course, does not stipulate the number of Supreme Court justices. That is a decision of Congress. We have a long history of altering the makeup of the court. The number of justices has changed 6 times before we landed on the number 9 in 1869. There's only one living senator who has changed the size of the Supreme Court. That is Senator Mitch McConnell of Kentucky, who shrank the court to 8 seats for nearly a year and for purely political reasons, so he could refuse Merrick Garland's nomination by President Obama. Republicans engaged in court packing plain and simple when they refused to consider then Judge Garland's nomination in 2016 and then hurried through Justice Barrett's nomination in 2020. My Republican colleagues routinely try to forget and ignore this history. Republicans' insistence now that the Supreme Court must remain at 9 seats and their hysteria over Democrats even discussing a change does not square with that count that I just gave you. Ultimately, however, this amendment is unrelated to the bill before us and the very real need to ensure the courts put in place an enforceable code of conduct. I will therefore oppose the amendment. Anyone else seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cruz.
If I could respond briefly, it is true that Congress has the authority to change the number of justices on the court. The last time Congress exercised that authority was in 1869, just after the Civil War. So it has been a long time that we have had 9 justices. That is why when FDR tried to pack the court, even Democrats said this was an abuse of power. It's an interesting commentary that in the 1930s, Democrats in Congress recognized that packing the court would do real damage to the rule of law, to the Constitution. Today, Democrats no longer believe that. The chairman tries to engage in wordplay by saying the Senate exercising advice and consent is somehow packing the court. It is true that when President Obama nominated Merrick Garland, the majority of the Supreme Court made the decision not to confirm him. That is not packing this court. That is exercising the constitutional authority of the Senate to advise and consent, and in that case, to allow the voters to make a decision. Justice Scalia passed away in February of a presidential election year, and the history had been true for 8 decades that when a vacancy occurred in a presidential election year and the Senate was in the opposing party's hands, the Senate did not fill that vacancy, but rather allowed the voters to decide. That's what the Senate did. I understand Senate Democrats are unhappy about that. I also understand Senate Democrats wish Hillary Clinton had won instead of Donald Trump. That's not, in fact, what happened. Packing the Supreme Court means one very specific thing: adding additional seats to change the balance of power because you are unhappy about how the Supreme Court is ruling. It is directly interfering in the administration of justice, and it is profoundly dangerous. And I got to say, it's going to be sad, but it's going to be revealing. The next time some Democrat goes on the trail and says, no, 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 we're not going to pack the court, just remember what you're about to see, which is going to be every Democrat voting against the Supreme Court consisting of 9 justices, because today's Democrats, it is partisanship above all else, including the rule of law. This bill reflects that, and a willingness of Democrats to try to undermine the legitimacy of the Supreme Court. But the willingness to pack the court shows just how radicalized today's Democrats have become.
Mr. Chairman. I'll recognize you in just one second, Senator Whitehouse. Perhaps the senator from Texas recalls a meeting of the Senate Judiciary Subcommittee on Oversight, which you chaired, and in which you accused the Supreme Court of activism and called for the need to, quote, rein in judicial tyranny over the Obergefell decision. Last month, shortly after the High Court handed down a 5-4 decision that made marriage equality the law of the land, you vowed to propose a constitutional amendment that would effectively upend Article 3 of the U.S. Constitution and subject justices to periodic retention elections. The sacred number 9 was not honored during the month of 2016 because it was last year of Obama's presidency. Unpacking a court by Senator McConnell with the express purpose of a political result. So I still oppose this amendment. Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Like so many of our Republican friends' amendments today, this is not related to the bill at hand. And I would note that we are here discussing this because of the ethics mess that has taken place at the Supreme Court. We certainly know that a lot of improper things have happened and have not been disclosed. I think the multiple billionaire-funded private jet flights to various places are pretty self-explanatory as inappropriate. The excuses that have been made to try to justify them don't pass the test of, frankly, what other federal judges would tolerate in a courtroom. And until we know what the true depth is of the problem at the court, it's impossible to know what the appropriate response is. So I have not spoken out in favor of adding a number to the court, but I don't think we should foreclose that in an amendment here because we don't know yet what the whole story here is. We have a lot of investigative work to do to get to the bottom of it. We saw another important article come out just this morning about the nexus between Leonard Leo and his front groups and his billionaires who fund him and one of the justices on the Supreme Court. It just keeps getting worse. So I would urge a no vote on this amendment, and I believe we have a quorum to vote.
On the Cruz Amendment 23800, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. President, I want to say a few words in support of this bipartisan bill. This is a Cruz, Manchin, Ernst, Fetterman bill, which demonstrates the breadth of agreement we can have in this body. This amendment would prevent the sale of our nation's emergency crude oil stockpile, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, to 4 countries who are unequivocally U.S. adversaries. We know that China has been amassing the largest stockpile of crude in the world. At the same time, our own reserves have fallen to only 347 million barrels, the lowest since 1983. Last year, the United States sold off part of our reserves to China. One would think that existing law would prevent this, but that isn't yet the case. For some time now, Senator Manchin and I have been working together to try to fix this issue. Our amendment prevents the federal government from selling oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to China, to Russia, to Iran, or to North Korea and their related entities, while giving the Department of Energy flexibility to waive these restrictions in the event doing so serves our national security interests. I want to thank Senator Manchin for working closely with me on this amendment, and also Senators Ernst and Fetterman. And I also want to note briefly, I know there are some members of this body that believe we should ban all oil sales overseas. I would note doing so would be spectacularly harmful, not only to U.S. interests, but it would also hurt our friends and allies. It would hurt Ukraine, it would hurt Europe, and it would benefit our enemies, including Russia, to force our friends to have to purchase oil from Russia. I urge adoption of the amendment, and I yield the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to oppose this amendment. I want to tell my colleagues why. This amendment creates the illusion of solving a problem while having very little political impact and likely doing more harm than good. It is a legitimate worry to consider the amount of U.S. oil under our lands that goes and is shipped to China. Because in 2022, the United States did export over 83 million barrels of oil to China. Now, that was a new record. It was a new record in part because 10 years ago, we didn't ship any oil overseas because we had a national security policy to keep U.S. oil here. But lobbying by the oil industry changed that policy, and so today we're sending 83 million barrels of oil a year to China. But this amendment doesn't really change that, because you want to know how much of that comes from the SPR? Less than 2 million barrels, 1 to 2%. And so you are still going to have 80 million plus barrels of oil from the private sector being sent to China every year. Now, ExxonMobil alone made $60 billion in profits last year, much of that off sales of oil to China. And this amendment allows for the oil industry to keep making those billions off of selling oil to China, only stripping out sales from the SPR. Now, that's a great deal for the oil industry, but it gets better. When President Biden sold oil from the SPR last year, it helped cut the cost of a gallon of gasoline by up to 30 cents. Now, that hurt oil industry profits. And so, of course, the oil industry wants policies that restrict the sale of oil from the SPR while letting them sell oil to whoever they want, including China. This amendment claims to solve a problem while mainly having the result of padding and protecting oil industry profits, and I'd urge opposition.
Mr. President, I rise in support of the bipartisan amendment sponsored by my friends and colleagues, Senator Cruz, Fetterman, Ernst, and myself. Let me just say about this. This is something that we own. The people of America own the SPR. It's ours. We don't own the oils from the private sector unless we want to nationalize everything. I don't think we do. But with that being said, I appreciate my good friend and colleague from Connecticut, and I'm happy to work on all of the things that we're talking about here. What we have in front of us right now is the ability to finally say that the strategic oil reserves that the people of the United States own will not be compromised, especially by people who don't have our same values and will use it against us. We've seen the horrible effects of the Ukraine war when Putin basically weaponized energy. He weaponized oil. We can't allow that to happen. Here's the other thing about it. Following Putin's invasion of Ukraine, the U.S. ramped up production and exports to help meet global demand. It would have been devastating to the world. China, on the other hand, stockpiled oil and held back refinery production. And while China was stockpiling, one of its state-owned companies purchased over 1.4 million barrels from United States of America, the people of our great countries, from our own stock reserves. That's what we're trying to stop. I'm happy to work on all the other things. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. We have something in front of us right now that can stop this outrageous, basically raiding of our own stock supplies. So I really urge the adoption of this amendment. And I will tell you this amendment has tremendous and bipartisan support in Congress. We have over 20 bipartisan senators that support us. In the House, it passed unanimously, Democrats and Republicans. So please don't mess up our bipartisan record right now. Please vote to support this amendment.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
This discussion of ethics, so-called ethics, is a fraud. They have targeted Justice Thomas because they have decided they want to destroy Justice Thomas. They hate Justice Thomas not because his conduct is different from the other 8 justices, but because A, he has voted faithful to the Constitution, and B, he is a black man who dares to be a conservative. And for the modern left, that is the gravest sin of all. The standards they're talking about are applied utterly hypocritically. The conduct they're attacking Justice Thomas for doing, Justice Stephen Breyer did the same thing. Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg did the same thing. Justice Sonia Sotomayor have done the same thing. But they don't attack them because this is about politics. And I want to emphasize what Senator Graham just said a minute ago. If we sit by and allow the Democrats to delegitimize the Supreme Court, to tear down the rule of law, Justice Scalia told us years ago, nothing will do more to endanger the liberty of every American.
Mr. President, I rise today to discuss Ana Gomez, one of President Biden's FCC nominees. If confirmed, she would give the Democrats a majority at the FCC that would enable them to impose a radical left-wing agenda, including investment-killing and job-killing so-called net neutrality rules, otherwise known as Obamacare for the Internet. I strongly oppose her nomination, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. The FCC exercises vast power over how Americans communicate and access information. It also has a history of abusing vague statutory provisions to pursue partisan policy goals. In the wrong hands, the FCC could go down a dark path of censoring speech and engaging in regulatory overreach. Under current Democrat FCC Chairwoman Rosenworcel's leadership, that threat is not merely hypothetical. The FCC has engaged in unprecedented abuses of power, such as killing the multi-billion-dollar Standard General Tegna transaction without a commission vote, attempting to expand the Universal Service Fund spending in defiance of clear statutory limits, and holding valuable 2.5 gigahertz spectrum licenses hostage. Even more alarming, the FCC is now entertaining requests by radical left-wing groups to revoke a broadcast station's license for alleged, quote, misinformation, and turning a routine FCC license renewal proceeding into a truth commission, an alarming assault on the First Amendment. And that's without a Democrat majority on the FCC. With a majority, there's no telling what regulatory excesses the chairwoman could inflict, from forcing antiquated telephone monopoly rules on the competitive broadband industry, to micromanaging providers' rates and terms of service, to imposing crippling new legal risks on American companies through disparate impact lawsuits. Make no mistake, a vote for Ana Gomez is a vote for regulating the internet as a public utility. Ms. Gomez has publicly supported the reinstatement of the heavy-handed Obama-era net neutrality rules that would make the internet more expensive and slower for American households, despite privately confessing that Democrats had engaged in wild hyperbole in opposing the repeal of net neutrality. Rather than giving reasons for the reinstatement of the failed net neutrality rules, she claims she simply wants, quote, robust authority over the internet. In other words, the power to regulate companies' pricing and terms of service, and to collect billions of dollars in new taxes from them and from you, the consumer, all at the expense of investment and innovation and consumer choice. She has also refused to disavow the ongoing efforts to impose investment-killing, disparate impact liability on American broadband companies. And she has given non-committal answers to my request for commitments to improve transparency and accountability at the FCC. Ms. Gomez has a history of failing to protect taxpayer interests. In the Obama administration, she had a senior leadership role in implementing a wasteful $4 billion broadband grant program. In one egregious example, funding from a $100 million project in Colorado was used to build a third fiber connection to a single school of 11 students. But by far, most concerning in Ms. Gomez's history is her tweets concerning the use of government power to police so-called misinformation. For instance, she retweeted a claim made by Democrat Congresswoman Cori Bush, who is a member of the radical left-wing squad in the House, that Trump engaged in, quote, targeted mass disinformation campaign against 3.5 million black voters in 2016 for the purpose of voter suppression. In addition, she tweeted enthusiastically in support of efforts by the Defense Department's research wing, known as DARPA, and the federal government to crack down on so-called disinformation. At this point, it is sadly well known that the Biden administration has repeatedly trampled on the First Amendment to silence opposing views. The White House press secretary publicly bragged that they were, quote, in regular touch and, quote, flagging problematic posts for social media companies and threatening new legislation if those companies did not heed the censors. and the Biden DHS tried to create its own Ministry of Truth before a public backlash shamed them into disbanding the effort. Amid these First Amendment assaults, as well as recent efforts at the FCC to deplatform a Fox broadcast station, it was critical to gain clarity into Ms. Gomez's views on free speech, disinformation, and the FCC's role in such matters. Unfortunately, she gave vague answers to my questions and did not reassure the Commerce Committee that she would actively oppose censorship at the FCC. Confirming Ms. Gomez would harm taxpayers, broadband investment, innovation, and most importantly, our First Amendment freedoms. I strongly encourage my colleagues to oppose her nomination. We're facing an unmitigated disaster at our southern border. Illegal immigration is the worst in our nation's history, and it's indefensible. All of us have been down to the southern border. I spend a lot of time on our southern border. John Cornyn and I together brought 19 senators down to the border to see firsthand. You cannot see what is happening there and defend it. One of my recent trips to the border, a reporter asked me, said, "Aren't the policies of Democrats more compassionate, more humane than you mean Republicans?" And I just started laughing. I said, you know who doesn't believe that anymore? Democrats. Where's Joe Biden? Where's Kamala Harris? Where's even a single Democrat senator? Where's AOC? I assume she still has her white pantsuit. She just can't be bothered to cry in front of the Biden cages. Because with Trump no longer in the White House, suddenly the suffering of those kids doesn't matter. You cannot see what is happening and defend it. And by the way, the reason Biden doesn't go to the border, the reason Kamala Harris and other Democrats don't go to the border, because if they did, y'all would follow. The press would follow. And their only defense, they cannot defend what they're doing. Their only defense is to cover it up. Karine Jean-Pierre stands at the White House podium and says, people are not just walking across the border. It's not happening. There's a technical legal term for what that is. That's called bullshit. It is an utter and complete lie. It is a deliberate lie. It is a known lie. And she is lying on behalf of the President of the United States in the White House. Now, why does she lie? She lies because she counts on the press not to call her out. Was there a PolitiFact, a pants on fire done on that? No. I've invited the White House press secretary, come with me to the southern border any day and pick any hour of the day. We'll go out in 1 hour, and I guarantee you we will encounter group after group after group. You want to know how bad it is? We're now seeing Democrat mayors, Democrat governors, mayors like Eric Adams, the Democrat in New York, who says illegal immigration is destroying New York City. That's with 110,000 illegal immigrants in New York City. If 110,000 is destroying New York City, what in the hell do you think 7.6 million is doing to the state of Texas and the other states along our southern border? Now, these Democrats who are saying this, they can't quite muster up the strength to put the blame where it lies, which is at the feet of Democrats who are doing this deliberately. Instead, Mayor Adams blames, quote, that madman down in Texas, by which he means Greg Abbott. I have to admit, I was kind of offended he wasn't referring to me. But he blames Greg Abbott for putting a few thousand illegal immigrants on buses and sending them to New York City. The person who caused this crisis, his name is Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. His home address is 16 blocks away. And by the way, if Eric Adams wants some help fixing this problem, he can pick up the phone and call someone else named Charles Schumer. He's a New York resident. I believe he lives in Manhattan. If the mayor doesn't have his number, we can give him Chuck Schumer's cell phone. Because Chuck Schumer is responsible, in the words of the New York mayor, for destroying New York City. Look, some of y'all may have seen when Alejandro Mayorkas testified in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee. I asked him, I said, Mr. Secretary, how many migrants died last year crossing illegally? He said, I don't know, I have no idea. I said, of course you don't. The official numbers are 853, but you don't care about those dead bodies that appear in Texas every single day. I asked him how many children were brutalized by human traffickers. He said, I don't know.
How many women were sexually assaulted? I don't know. How many people died of drug overdoses? As John Cornyn told you, it's more than 100,000. And you want to talk about something stunning? I put up a photograph with pictures of colored wristbands. I said, Mr. Secretary, what are these wristbands? And he said, I have no idea what they are. Now look, any good lawyer will tell you, you don't ask a question you don't know the answer to. That was one answer that left me flabbergasted. Because just about every single illegal immigrant who crosses the border wears one of those wristbands. They're color-coded for how many thousands of dollars they owe the cartels. And if you stand on the banks of the Rio Grande River, you see hundreds or thousands of these wristbands. They're just like this. These are the wristbands picked up from the banks of the Rio Grande River. And the little boys, the teenagers who come in who owe thousands of dollars to the cartels, they're sent to every city in America, and they're working for the cartels to pay off those thousands of dollars. They're committing crimes in Washington, D.C., and New York, in every city in America. And if they don't pay off the cartels, their families will be murdered. And as bad as the boys have it, the girls have it even worse. There are literally thousands upon thousands of girls trapped in sex slavery to pay off their debts to the cartels. When I look at these are modern-day leg irons. This is human slavery. And it is caused by the Democrats not giving a damn about the people being abused. And so I want to make a plea to the press. The reason the Democrats can do this, can look the other way, is because they're confident that the corporate media will not report on it, that they'll never have to answer questions about it. They'll never be confronted with the dead bodies, with the people being brutalized by these policies. So I want to make a plea to you. If you're not writing on it, if you're not running stories on it, if you're not telling what's happening, you are complicit in modern-day slavery. This is indefensible. It's evil.
Senator Brett.
Mr. President.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I rise today in support of my friend from Alaska in a plea to sanity and common sense in this body. We are 3 days away from an impending government shutdown. Now, I believe a shutdown is likely because I believe President Biden and Senator Schumer want a shutdown. I think they believe it benefits them politically to force a shutdown. Whether I'm right or wrong in that, everyone acknowledges there is a very significant risk of a shutdown 72 hours from now. As it stands right now, if we have that government shutdown 72 hours from now, our servicemen and women will still go to work. Our military will still show up. Even with a shutdown, the military has to do its job and keep this nation safe. But what will happen is their paychecks will go away. Now, last week, Senator Sullivan and I both came to the Senate floor seeking to pass my legislation, the Pay Our Coast Guards Act. That legislation is bipartisan. I'm the ranking member on the Senate Commerce Committee. It was authored by me and co-sponsored by Maria Cantwell, the chairman of the Senate Commerce Committee. It was also co-sponsored by Senator Sullivan and Senator Tammy Baldwin, the chairman and ranking member of the Coast Guard Subcommittee. The reason my legislation last week was introduced is the last time we had a shutdown in 2019, the Schumer shutdown. The government was shut down for 34 days, and soldiers and sailors and airmen and Marines were paid because the Department of Defense appropriations had been passed. But Coast Guardsmen were not, because they're not under DOD, they're under the Department of Homeland Security. So for 34 days, heroic Coast Guardsmen guarded our coast, saved people off the coast of Texas, were there when people needed them in times of disaster, and yet they didn't get a paycheck. That was wrong, and in 2019, Senator Sullivan and I came to the Senate floor then and tried to pass a bill to pay our Coast Guardsmen in the middle of the Schumer shutdown, and the Democrats objected. Democrat leadership said, no, we will not pay our Coast Guardsmen. Well, last week I tried to say we got bipartisan legislation. Let's do it right. Let's not hurt brave young men and women who are protecting this country. Unfortunately, Democrat leadership stood up and uttered two words, I object.
And in fact, the senator from Washington had an argument that I found thoroughly curious. She said, well, this bill that Cruz and Sullivan are trying to pass, it wouldn't technically mandate that Coast Guardsmen be paid, because what the bill provided is they should be paid if soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines are paid. So it argued we should treat the military evenly and fairly and not discriminate against the Coast Guard. She said, that's the reason I'm objecting, because it doesn't mandate that it happens. Well, you know what? What the senator from Washington asked for is what we are right here now doing. This bill does what she said last week was the reason she was objecting. That's what this bill does. 10 years ago, this bill passed the Senate 100-0. You and I were both in the Senate. That means you voted for it and I voted for it. That means the senator from Washington voted for it. It means the House passed it unanimously. But in the decade that has passed, I guess common sense has gone out the window. So I want to say something right now to every soldier, every sailor, every airman, every Marine, every Coast Guardsman, every member of the Space Force. If you're a 19-year-old private or corporal stationed at Fort Bliss right now, next week, there's a very good chance your paycheck is going away. We're going to find out in just a few moments whether or not your paycheck is going away. And just listen very carefully for 2 words. If we hear 2 words from the senator from Washington, the words, I object, those 2 words uttered on behalf of Democrat leadership will kill this bill. And when your paycheck goes away next week, understand you would have been paid, except for the fact that Democrat leadership decided it's in their political interest to hold that 19-year-old private hostage. Never mind that you can't pay for groceries for your wife and kid that week. Never mind that you can't pay your rent, you can't pay your bills. Never mind a Marine who's stationed in harm's way, that your paycheck is going to go away. Why? Because partisanship is so rife in this town that the Democrat leadership believed they could hold these young fighting men and women hostage and pay no political price. I hope the senator from Washington listens to what I've said and what the senator from Alaska has said and decides, you know, it's not right to hold these brave men and women hostage. We're not going to do it. I hope Democrat leadership puts principle above partisan politics. But we're about to find out.
Mr. President.
Senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Appropriations Committee be discharged from further consideration of S-2835 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. I further ask that the bill be considered read a 3rd time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object. I share my colleagues' concern about making sure that our service members don't miss a paycheck because of a potential government shutdown. In fact, I don't want any of our federal workers to miss a paycheck or any of the programs families rely on to be undermined by a completely unnecessary shutdown, which is why I am working around the clock to make sure that we pass the bipartisan CR package, which we released yesterday. Because that's the only serious issue and solution here. That's the only way we make sure that everyone is able to keep doing the work that the American people count on and getting the paycheck they deserve. Let's be real. There are a lot of programs I care about, a lot of programs we all care about that would be hurt by a shutdown. So we are not going to solve this problem one by one, bit by bit, carve out by carve out. You do not stop a flood one drop at a time. You build a dam. We do have a straightforward, bipartisan CR package to avoid a shutdown and keep our military paid. We should do our jobs, get that done, and get it passed. That is principle, Mr. President, not politics. Do our job, pass this bill so we don't have a shutdown. I object.
Mr. President.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President, what you just saw, in my view, was... Mr. President.
Senator from Alaska is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as my colleague Senator Cruz just mentioned, every member of the military just heard I object. And the senator from Washington State just said, let's be real. Let's be real. There's nothing more real than putting your life on the line for the country you love. And nothing more important than defending those who defend us. Let's be real. Having a hard time with let's be real. What she just mentioned had nothing to do with the bill. Again, 10 years ago, when there was an imminent shutdown, just like there is today, which I certainly don't want, the Senate and House and White House came together and said, all right, we know there's a risk, but there are some special people who serve in our government, in my view, very special people, who deserve to be taken care of. It's the men and women and their families who are serving right now, overseas, all over the country, protecting Americans. It is an outrage. It is an outrage to utter those two words. I object. It is an outrage. And if it happens next week, as Senator Cruz mentioned, that there are young men and women around the world protecting us without getting paid and having to worry where they're going to buy or how they're going to buy groceries, I hope they remember the senator from Washington State's two words, I object. That was good old-fashioned hostage taking. Making a Marine Lance Corporal all of a sudden subject to the political whims of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Didn't happen in 2013. I have no idea, truthfully, no idea why my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would not support this pay our military bill. I'm going to keep coming down here all week to get this passed, and hopefully they'll have a change of heart. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I am very frequently in complete agreement with my friend and colleague from Alaska. I do disagree with two words he just said. He said this was good old-fashioned hostage-taking. There's nothing old-fashioned about this. This is brand new. Even the Democrats, as partisan as they've been, they haven't done this before. 10 years ago, every Democrat, even the most left-wing Democrat, agreed we should pay our servicemen and women. This hostage-taking is brand new. You want to see the face of vicious partisanship in Washington? You just did. Now, I'll point out also two things that are blazingly obvious. Number one, last week, when the senator from Washington objected to my legislation to pay our Coast Guard, to treat our Coast Guardsmen the same as other active duty military, she stood up and gave a speech in which she said she supported that goal, but the bill that I introduced didn't mandate that it happen. It only said they had to be treated with parity, and that's why she objected. So Senator Sullivan and I came and introduced the bill she asked for that mandated that all of the military be paid. She didn't explain or change a position. But what she did implicitly is say every word she said last week was not true. That the reason she gave for objecting to my bill apparently was not the reason she was objecting to the bill. Because she just objected right here. And I got to say, listen, every member of this body, every Democrat, when you go home to your state, when you meet with active duty military, when you meet with veterans, I guarantee you every member of this body says,
I support the troops. Well, as long as Democrat leadership keeps doing what they just did, it ain't true that you support the troops. And I want to point out right now, there's some Democrats who might try to hide behind the skirts of their leadership and say, we didn't object. There are no Democrats on this floor. Nobody is here with us. The senator from Washington didn't even bother to stay and participate in the debate. That's how little she's interested in the merits of this issue. What she said, and I want you to hear the argument she gave. She said now, the new reason she's objecting is she says she wants everyone to be paid. And if everyone can't be paid, then nobody will be paid. Understand, she is telling the young Marine stationed just a mile from North Korea, facing machine guns, that it is the position of Senate Democrats that they care more about paying IRS agents and EPA regulators and bureaucrats than they do about that young Marine. Right now, there's a sailor in a nuclear submarine a mile underwater who may not even know it, but her paycheck is likely to disappear in 3 days. And Senate Democrats have said, there's no difference. You know what the military is often referred to as the 1%? There is a difference. The men and women who put on the uniform and take the oath and defend this nation. And my hope is that somewhere in the Democrat Party, saner voices will prevail. I get there's an attraction to, we got a partisan fight. I get that Democrats want to try to stick it to Republicans, but don't scapegoat the military in the process. And I want to speak to the moment to the press. Part of the reasons the Democrats are objecting is they are confident CNN will not report on this. They are confident MSNBC will not say a word about this. They're confident if you turn on the nightly news, ABC, NBC, CBS will not say a word. And they believe that come Monday, when that young soldier, sailor, airman, Marine, his or her paycheck disappears, they believe that they'll never know it was the Democrats who blocked their paycheck who objected to it. Well, it's up to the media to decide, are they actually journalists? Are they going to report on what happened? If we end up having a shutdown, I can promise you, Senator Sullivan and I will be back. We will be on this floor, and we'll see just how many times the Democrats want to object to paying our active duty military. Mind you, they got to work. They will show up at work regardless. But maybe it's the position of today's Democrat Party that you can show up and work and defend this nation and keep us safe, but Democrats aren't going to pay you. That's really sad. It's unfortunate. I see my friend, the senator from Virginia, has come in on another matter. I hope voices like his will say to his leadership, this is dumb. Don't hold our soldiers and sailors and airmen and Marines and Coast Guardsmen hostage over a political fight in Washington. If politicians can't get their act together by September 30th, don't punish the active duty military. I know the senator from Virginia cares about those active duty military. It's right now his party that's blocking their paychecks. So my hope is that saner voices prevail in the Democrat Party. I hope we can come back here, do this exact same thing with one minor alteration, that next time we eliminate those two words, I object. And once the Democrats decide no longer to say the words, I object, this bill will pass, the House will pass it, and our fighting men and women will get the paychecks they have earned. They've earned with courage and blood. We owe it to them. This body needs to do the right thing. Thank you. It is great to be back in the Rio Grande Valley. South Texas is an extraordinary place.
And South Texas is paying the price for the disaster of the open borders under the Biden administration. For the past decade, John Cornyn and I have repeatedly brought our colleagues from the Senate down to South Texas, to the Rio Grande Valley, to see firsthand what's happening. Because you cannot understand what is unfolding, particularly over these last 3 years, without seeing it with your own eyes. On this trip, we came down with 5 senators all together. We started the trip by going to the Border Patrol station and joining their midnight muster. And we took the opportunity to stand in front of the men and women of this sector in the Border Patrol and say thank you. Thank you for the heroes that risk their lives every day trying to keep this country safe. And I gotta say, for the men and women of the Border Patrol to have their job frustrated and made impossible by the political leadership of this administration, by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and Alejandro Mayorkas, is utterly disgraceful. The men and women of the Border Patrol are frustrated. They're deeply frustrated because they risk their lives apprehending people only to turn around and see them let go over and over and over again. After that, we went out on midnight patrol with the agents. Some months ago, Karine Jean-Pierre stood at the White House podium and said, people are not just walking across the border, it's simply not happening. Everyone here today knows that was a lie. She was lying on behalf of the President of the United States in the White House with the President's seal in front of her. My response at the time, I said, Karine, come to the border anytime. Come out with me, and I guarantee you within an hour, we will encounter a group. Well, last night, within the hour, we encountered a group. It's about 20 people. They had voluntarily turned themselves in, as many do in the Rio Grande Valley. They were predominantly women and children. And we spent about 40 minutes talking to that group. There was one little girl who's 13 years old. And no family with her. She was unaccompanied. There was another little girl who was 16 years old. She had no family. There was a little boy who was 15 years old, had no family. We asked them about the violence they faced on the travel over. The look in those kids' faces was horrifying. For me, the most disturbing part of the conversation was a little girl in the back of the group who was 10 years old. And she had a man who said he was her father with his arm draped forcefully around her. And it was obvious to anyone who's ever seen a father and daughter that these two were not related. At one point when we asked about her mother, we saw her look to the man who was claiming to be her dad, wondering what's the answer supposed to be. During the Trump administration, they were regularly DNA testing kids who were with adult men. And upwards of 30% of them were not related to the adult men. One of the first things Joe Biden did was end the DNA testing. Because apparently Democrats don't care if that 10-year-old girl is related to the adult man that the cartel handed her over to. There was also a couple that we met from Moldova. A husband and wife and a little 2 or 3-year-old girl. The little girl was precious. But what these people had been through, the abuse that they had endured at the hands of human traffickers, you could see the pain on their faces. We asked the unaccompanied minors, where are you going to stay? And one after the other, they said, I'm going to stay with my tío, my uncle. Apparently, there are a lot of tíos in America. And yet the 13-year-old told us her tío didn't know she was coming. And I gotta say, it was horrifying as we left them, knowing there's a very good chance those teenage girls are being taken off to be sex trafficked, to be trapped in forced prostitution, as is happening to thousands and thousands of teenage girls. When we were on the border, we also saw a colored wristband
Some of you may remember I asked Alejandro Mayorkas about those colored wristbands, and he told us he had no idea what they are, which was truly stunning because almost every illegal immigrant wears one, and they're color-coded for how many thousands of dollars they owe the cartels. You can find them littering the grass by the Rio Grande River, and yet the man allegedly in charge of securing the border hasn't bothered to talk to the Border Patrol agents, hasn't bothered to go to the border and see the children being abused because of these open borders. This is a humanitarian crisis. South Texas sees the thousands of children abused, sees the thousands of women sexually abused, sees the dead bodies. We saw pictures, picture after picture after picture. 853 people died last year crossing illegally into this country. And with the war that is unfolding in Israel, the risk of terrorism in the United States, I believe today, is greater than it has been at any point since 9/11. Border Patrol has sent written guidance to Border Patrol agents: be on guard for Hamas and Hezbollah seeking to enter the country and carry out the same atrocities they're carried out in Israel. I have a simple message for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and every Democrat senator. Come to the border. Come to the Rio Grande Valley. Come out on midnight patrol and look in the eyes of the little children who are suffering from these inhumane policies. This is horrific. This is wrong. And the people of South Texas know this is an utter disaster.
Senator Cornyn, if Senator Cruz's PANA Act passes, would that in any way alleviate the immigration issue with the numbers drop in any way?
Look, the only way to alleviate the numbers is to end catch and release. If you look at what Joe Biden inherited, he came into office with the lowest rate of illegal immigration in 45 years. Right now, one of the talking points of the White House is this problem can't be solved. That talking point simply is not correct. What caused this crisis was a decision that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris made literally the first week in office. They halted construction of the border wall. They reinstated catch and release. And they pulled out of the incredibly successful Remain in Mexico policy. Those decisions caused this crisis. Last night, when we encountered the group, we asked them, how many of y'all believe you get to stay in America? Every one of them said, absolutely, we get to stay. As long as that's the case, they will keep coming. And understand, Joe Biden doesn't want to fix this problem. He doesn't want to secure the border. Kamala Harris doesn't want to secure the border. Chuck Schumer doesn't want to secure the border. Alejandro Mayorkas doesn't want to secure the border. Here's what they want to do. They want to speed up the processing of illegal immigrants. They want to make it even faster. They want more illegal immigration. They want 8 million to become 10 million, to become 15, to become 20 million. To understand the enormous hypocrisy on this issue, look no further than the blue state governors and the blue state mayors who are declaring crises. Look at Eric Adams, the mayor of New York City, who has said illegal immigration is a crisis and illegal immigration is destroying New York City. And New York City has had roughly 110,000 illegal immigrants. I don't disagree with Mayor Adams on that. But the last I checked, New York City is a hell of a lot bigger than McAllen, Texas. Just in the Rio Grande Valley sector, Border Patrol agents have detained over 1 million illegal immigrants in the last 2.5 years. If 110,000 is destroying a giant metropolis like New York, what about the devastation here in South Texas? Understand, this is deliberate. They're not trying to stop it. They want more of this. And I got to say, the absolute lack of compassion from this administration. I asked Alejandro Mayorkas, I said last year, how many migrants died crossing illegally into this country? He said, I don't know, I have no idea. The answer is 853. But the Biden administration can't be bothered to worry about the body bags that are piling up. We've introduced lots of legislative steps that can all make a difference, but none of it will work. Zero will work. As long as you have a president of the United States who defies the law, who simply says, if you come to this country, we will let you go. That's what's caused this crisis. And I'll point out, by the way, Mayor Adams blames, quote, that madman in Texas, by which I'm pretty sure he meant Greg Abbott, although I have to say I was offended he wasn't talking about me. Because Greg Abbott has sent 10 to 20,000 illegal immigrants by bus to New York City. The rest of them were sent by Joe Biden, and even the Democrat governors and mayors, they can't bring themselves to point out the person who caused this crisis is named Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. And by the way, a fellow New Yorker, Charles Schumer, and every Democrat senator is completely complicit in it. And if Mayor Adams doesn't know Chuck Schumer's cell phone, we'd be glad to give it to him. Because Senate Democrats could force Biden to stop this, but they don't want to. And that is profoundly inhumane. For the past decade, John Cornyn and I have regularly taken our colleagues down to the southern border, because you can't really understand what's happening there until you see it firsthand with your own eyes. We just got back from the border Thursday and Friday of last week. We flew out Thursday afternoon. We arrived in the Rio Grande Valley Thursday night. And the first thing five senators did is we went to the midnight muster of the Border Patrol agents. And we went there principally to tell those agents thank you. Those men and women, they risk their lives every night dealing with very dangerous human traffickers, drug traffickers, and they are frustrated beyond belief. They're frustrated because they risk their lives catching dangerous people, and they turn around and their political superiors just let them go. And the next day they go back and catch the same people all over again. So we wanted to say thank you to them. We also wanted to listen to them. We sat there and just spent some time asking, what do we need to know? One of the things they told us about is the Biden administration just issued new guidance in the past year on pursuit of illegal aliens who are fleeing. And as they said, really what it should be called is guidance on non-pursuit. In that the Biden administration has prohibited Border Patrol agents from chasing any traffickers who are fleeing if there's anything about the flight that could endanger human safety. What does that mean? That means, for example, if there are more people in a vehicle than there are seatbelts, the Border Patrol is not allowed to pursue. And they said regularly they'll be coming up on a car filled with illegal immigrants, and the traffickers will tell everyone, sit up, so it's obvious there are 4 people in the back seat or 5 people in the back seat and only 3 seatbelts. Under the Biden administration's rules, they have to discontinue the pursuit and say, go on, keep carrying your fentanyl, keep trafficking people, because we're not going to pursue you. They said now routinely, as soon as they see a Border Patrol agent trying to pull them over, they run a stop sign, they run a red light, they violate a traffic law. That, of course, endangers people's safety, but they know under the new guidance, the instant they run a stop sign, the Border Patrol is ordered to say, nope, never mind, we can't pursue you. This is an administration that doesn't want to secure the border. They want this crisis. Those 8 million people, the only thing Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and Senate Democrats want is 8 million to become 10, to become 12, to become 20 million. After midnight muster, we went out on midnight patrol with the Border Patrol agents. This is something I've done many times. Every time you're out on midnight patrol, within minutes you encounter groups of illegal aliens. I want to remind y'all, this is an experienced group of Capitol Hill reporters. You know that Karine Jean-Pierre stood at the White House podium and said, people are not just walking across the border, it's simply not happening. Now, there's a technical legal term for what she was saying there. That's called a lie. It's not an opinion, it's not one side said or the other side said, it's a flat-out lie. As I said in response at the time, Karine, you are welcome to come with us anytime you like. Pick any hour of the day, we'll go out for an hour, and I promise you we'll encounter a group of illegal aliens. But you know why she lies? because she's counting on the reporters not to write a story. Today, the spokesperson for the President of the United States lied to the American people standing in the White House with the White House seal and did it at the direction of the President of the United States. The group we encountered, about 20 or 25 people. It's mostly women and children. And we spent about a half hour talking with that group, asking them questions. At first, they were apprehensive, but we asked them, we said, how many of y'all believe you're going to be able to stay? Every one of them, absolutely. Oh, we know once we get here, we can stay. You want to know why there's a crisis? Because every one of them knows once they get here, Joe Biden will let them go. This group, I wish every one of you in this room had been there to see this group. There was one little girl, she was 13 years old. She was traveling as an unaccompanied minor. She had no family with her at all. We asked her, where are you going? She said she's going to see her tío. Tío is Spanish for uncle. Another little boy there was 15. Another girl was 16. They were unaccompanied as well. They were also going to see their tíos. There were lots of tíos that they were heading to. We asked the 13-year-old, does your tío know you're coming? No, haven't spoken to him. I just have a number of some man I'm supposed to call. There was a reporter who was with us from Fox News who said, here, do you want to use my cell phone? Do you want to call your tío right now? She said, no. It was obvious this was not her uncle she was calling. The most disturbing, John Barrasso referenced. There was a 10-year-old girl with a grown man who was about 35 years old. He claimed to be her father. This girl was terrified. He had his arm around her, but it wasn't a fatherly hug. It was more holding her in place. We asked her about her mother, and she just looked terrified at the dad. And he answered, oh, no, she stayed back. We know, under the Trump administration, when they DNA tested grown men with children, about 30% of them were not related to the kids. That's because you get preferential treatment if you arrive as a family unit. 30%. What did Joe Biden do when he came into office? One of the very first things he did was end the DNA testing. I have to tell you, standing there that night with those Border Patrol agents, it was sick watching that little girl. That man was not her father. And there was nothing the agents could do. The cartels are literally renting children to grown men. And we were looking at children that were in all likelihood in the process of being sex trafficked. Those teenage girls faced a high likelihood of being headed into forced prostitution. What is happening is horrific. It is cruel. It is inhumane. I want to encourage every reporter here, go down and see for yourself. Go look in the eyes of a little girl. We asked the kids, how many of y'all faced violence and abuse on the trip? Every one of them, they looked down, they were horrified. Some of y'all may remember I asked Alejandro Mayorkas about the colored wristbands. I put up a poster in the Senate Judiciary Committee. He said he had no idea what they were. He didn't know. That answer shocked me, because just about every illegal alien wears those colored wristbands. They're color-coded for how many thousands of dollars they owe the cartels. You can find them along the banks of the Rio Grande. I reached down and picked up several while I was there. This administration doesn't care, and those wristbands are modern-day leg irons. It is utterly inhumane and unspeakable what Joe Biden and the Democrats are allowing to happen, subjecting children to modern-day slavery. This has got to end.
Is unfavorably reported.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cruz.
You asked if people wanted to be recognized on. Well, I agree entirely with Senator Graham. The judges that have been nominated by Joe Biden have been extraordinary. They have been extreme. They've been so egregious, they fill me with a sense I could not have previously imagined having, which is I long for Barack Obama. Because although I disagreed with many of President Obama's judicial nominees, they were comparatively moderate when put next to the radicals that the Biden White House keeps putting forward. You look at Judge Mustafa Kasubai, his questionnaire and history, and you would be forced to conclude that he is a radical leftist, if not an outright Marxist. Now, those are not my words. In one essay he wrote, Katsubai argued that the integration of Marxism with traditional economic theories of property, specifically that of Locke and Bentham, would, quote, provide a framework for relationships that enhance each unique self. Here's a pro tip. If a guy is writing love letters to Marxism, maybe he's not the best candidate to be a federal judge. Also in that same piece, he argued, quote, the aspiration towards intimate knowing, the intimate knowing of oneself and others in our community, is a creative struggle towards redefining property. How many of y'all want to redefine property? And maybe the answer is all the members of the committee on the Democrat side do. Your constituents don't. Redefining property, being told, for example, the home, your family home that was your home and your mother's home and your grandmother's home is no longer your property. It is the state's to do with what they will. Redefining property is an objective of Marxists, and by Marxist I mean communists. Communism is not simply theoretical. My family has suffered at the hands of communists. And yet in the Biden administration, that appears to be a qualification for becoming a federal judge. Not only are his views extreme, but when it comes to gender and sex, they're really out there. In the Wisconsin Women's Law Journal, Judge Kasubai wrote a piece titled Destabilizing Power in Rape, Why Consent Theory in Rape Law is Turned on Its Head. He cited radical Professor Catherine McKinnon, who argued, quote, sexuality itself is a power web in which heterosexual relations per se are infused with violence and control, and that most intercourse is rape. Is it the position of the Democrats on this committee that, quote, heterosexual relations per se are infused with violence and control and most intercourse is rape? That's moonbeam nuts. And you all know that. But there's a reason every Democrat senator is looking down, because you can't defend these views to your constituents. You're counting on the fact that the corporate media will not tell your constituents about the loons you're voting to confirm. Katsubai, also in apparent agreement, quoted Professor McKinnon as saying, quote, I employ the view that rape is sex in order to focus on the significance of consent in rape law, and non-consent must be presumed. That's a lot of things, but that's not actually American criminal law. This guy's been nominated to be a real judge applying the real law. Katsubai tied these two together in the same article, where he quoted approvingly from McKinnon the phrase, quote, sexuality is to feminism what work is to Marxism. Now, to be honest, I don't know what the hell that means, but I don't like it. It's out there. What is it that make you see this guy crowing about how wonderful Marxism is, and you say, hot diggity damn, we found us a judge? We also know that in his view, DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, will be central to his approach to the law. How do we know this?
Well, because he said it. And here's his quote: DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, is the heart and soul of the court system. Can we say that? Yeah, I just did. And I'm saying it proudly. Well, DEI, the radical anti-racism school that embraces discrimination, says we should discriminate against people that are perceived to be oppressors in favor of people that are categorized as victims. God help you if you're some poor schlub white guy who ends up in court in front of this guy. Apparently, the heart and soul of his court is to discriminate against you, because that's what he's embracing. He's also said that America is, quote, deeply Islamophobic. Well, we're the freest nation on the face of the earth, and somehow he couldn't seem to be bothered to worry about the rabid anti-Semitism that we're seeing at radical schools across this country, as the same kind of leftists like Judge Katsubai are announcing their allegiance to Hamas and terrorizing Jewish students. Katsubai's rulings on the bench are also extreme. Think back to the 2020 Black Lives Matter and Antifa riots all across the country. Major American cities burned for weeks, for months on end. Police cars were firebombed, police officers were murdered, stores were looted, people were assaulted. In Portland, Oregon, this was the federal courthouse. Does that bring warm tinglies about the fair enforcement of law? Portland, Oregon, the courthouse, the federal courthouse, was subjected to a 60-day siege, 2 months. Rioters firebombed the building. They fought federal agents. They used high-powered lasers to blind federal agents. 60 days, night after night after night, a federal court on fire. Well, what's Judge Katsubai's view on this? He wasn't in Portland, Oregon. He was in Eugene, Oregon. As Eugene, like the rest of the country, was facing risks from this riots, Eugene imposed a temporary curfew to try to impose law and order. What did Judge Katsubai do? Number one, he wrote an opinion recommending the curfew be struck down. Nope, you can't have a curfew. The night belongs to the rioters, to the people burning courthouses, not the people who'd like to be safe in their own homes. He went further than that. He actually denied qualified immunity to the city manager and the police chief and said, you know what, Mr. Police Chief? Because you imposed a curfew, because you tried to protect people's safety, you can be sued. In effect, he said, sue them for trying to keep the people safe and take their last penny. I understand a Democrat administration and a Democrat Senate is going to confirm liberal judges. That should not be news. What is astonishing is not a single Senate Democrat on this committee has been willing to demonstrate even one iota of independence in exercising advice and consent. When Donald Trump was president, he nominated a lot of judges. Y'all didn't like the Trump judges. You voted against pretty much all of them. I will tell you, I voted for most of them. But Republicans on this side, there were several judicial nominees that we said, no, this doesn't meet the standards, pull it down. And the Trump White House did. That's actually how the constitutional system is supposed to work. For whatever reason, Democrats on this committee don't believe in that. No matter what nutcase gets nominated, like the Politburo, you all vote da. Yesterday, we had a judicial nominee who 3 years ago signed an open memo to the governor of Connecticut calling on him to empty the prisons and release every violent criminal in Connecticut, release murderers and serial rapists and child molesters. Now, that's not your run-of-the-mill lefty. That position is nuts. I don't care how left-wing your state is. California, Vermont, Georgia, New Jersey, you can go to any of your states, grab your citizens and say, hey, what do you think? Good idea. We go down to the prison, let everyone go? Nobody's going to like that. Your citizens that you're elected to represent will say, what the heck is wrong with you? This judge is a radical, is extreme. If he's confirmed, we can count on him to let violent criminals out of jail. And I'll tell you, if Senate Democrats continue to rubber stamp whatever radical this White House sends them, people are going to die. When you release murderers from jail, they turn around and they commit more murders. And when that happens, the work of this committee, rubber stamping, putting extreme radicals on the bench, will have been directly responsible. And I hope you're prepared to look in the eyes of the victims' families, of the people that will pay the consequences of putting on the bench men and women that are manifestly unsuited to being judges.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead. You talk a lot about policy, and some of that policy, like Remain in Mexico, probably not going to fly with the Biden administration. But have you had any conversations with either Democrats or the administration about policies that you could compromise on to make this a little bit easier?
Democrats can't look and hear these stories without realizing what a disaster this administration has brought onto this country. They know it, specifically the Democrats from border states, but others that looked at this situation. And now, when did the president start paying any attention to this? When the mayors of New York and Chicago said it is destroying their cities. And the numbers there are very small compared to this 8 million. So the attention has to be to stop the problem, to stop the inflow, where the president is looking for money to give it to sanctuary cities so they can build housing. The president wants money to go for a welcome wagon. We're going to completely oppose all of those sorts of things. So we're always looking for solutions. The solutions that we have are actually to a major problem that the president has brought on. And I'm not in any way interested in funding sanctuary cities.
When we were down there, we asked the Border Patrol agents, we said, how many Democrats come down to do this? And they laughed. They said, oh, Democrats don't do this. A couple of Democrats have been to the border. They don't go on midnight patrols. They don't go actually encounter the illegal immigrants. We now know Joe Biden went to the border once. He went to El Paso. And he instructed his advance team, clean all the illegal immigrants out. He said, according to the White House, said he did not encounter a single illegal immigrant when he was there. He only went to a bridge, he met with government officials, and he left. That's deliberate. Look, you can't see what's happening and defend it. The last time we were down there, I had a reporter ask me, said, well, aren't the Democrat policies on immigration much more humane and compassionate? I just started laughing. I said, you know who doesn't believe that anymore? The Democrats. Where's Joe Biden? Where's Kamala Harris? Where's a Democrat senator? Where's Chuck Schumer? If this was humane and compassionate,
From New York City, Comedy Central presents Tammy Pescatelli.
Wow, thank you so much. Wow.
Thank you so much. I'm here, you know, a Comedy Central special, a half hour. It's sold out. It's like a dream for a girl from the neighborhood, and a good dream, not like one of those ones where like you're naked at Walmart looking for your 4th grade art project and you're scared that someone's gonna walk in. I get always crazy. I have crazy dreams, and my family like has always supported them. But my family is amazing, but they can ruin the most ridiculous things. I don't know if you ever. They came to visit me. I was in LA. 17 of my immediate family members came to see me. We went to Disneyland and we got kicked out. Okay, of the happiest place on earth. If that's any indication of my and I love them all. It's all. I have these 2 twin uncles that are every stereotype you've ever seen of Italian people, right? Like 2 Joe Pescis. They're the gold chains and the jogging suits, and they're not tall enough to ride the rides. They smuggle their own homemade wine into the park, and they're drunk walking around Small World telling people how ugly their babies are. Hey lady, you want a banana for that monkey? Look at the face on this kid. And we got kicked out of the park, and you would think that that would be enough, right? But really, I have to tell you, that was the best day of my entire life, because my uncle said the funniest thing I've ever heard. I've been a comic 11 years. I've heard nothing as funny as this. That day, the security guard was pushing him. My uncle kind of squares up, looks at him right now, and goes, "Hey, if you don't get off of me, I'm gonna punch you in the punch you in the Who says that? And that's a fight that you're gonna win, okay? Because I don't care how scrappy you are, you can't block a punch, all right? You don't know where that's coming from. UFC, they're tapping out right after that. People say to me, "Tammy, where do you get your material?" I go, "I wake up." My whole family, like, when I was a kid, you know how most of your first memories are soft, nice, you're like 4 or 5 years old, they're just soft memories, riding a bike or whatever? Not me. My family, at a baseball game, I thought my grandfather had lost his mind. In the middle of the game, he jumps up, he starts screaming at the top of his lungs. He's like, 80,000 people! 80,000 people! I go, "Papa, what's wrong?" He goes, 80,000 people, and that bird had to on me! What the hell is wrong with you? I say what the hell is wrong with you all the time. I don't know if you're like me, but like, don't you see ridiculous stuff every day that you just wish you could walk up to that person and go, "Hey, come here. What the hell is wrong with you?" Like the chubby girl with the half shirts, right? Right? Huh? Like, put a poncho on. It's popular now, okay? They don't have mirrors where you live? What the hell is wrong with you? Or the boys now, the trend is like the boys wear their pants halfway down their butt with their underwear hanging out. Like the telephone rang and they were in the toilet or something. Like, pull up your pants, Snappy. Nobody wants to see that. What the hell is wrong with you? If I had a TV show called What the Hell is Wrong with You, I would interview all kinds of people. Like, what about the man, did you hear about the man who flew his plane over the White House, cost American taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars in national security? They sent up flares and choppers, and the man's excuse was he didn't know that you couldn't fly your plane over the White House. What the hell is wrong with you? Okay, because I'm not a pilot. Are you a pilot? You a pilot? You know not to fly your plane over the White House? And if you don't know, how about when the first fighter jet pulls up alongside of you? Right? Right? Perhaps that's a hint, glider boy, okay? Land the plane. And they're taking away his driver's license, or his pilot's license, and apparently he's appealing, because nowadays that's what people do. They appeal. Remember in the old days when people do something embarrassing and they would have the respect enough for the rest of us to stay home for a while? Right? Like Marv Albert, we didn't see him for 3 or 4 years. This idiot is appealing. The next day, he was in court appealing his sentence. I go, you know, I wish that I could be the guest judge. Really, I wish I could be the guest judge, because if it were up to me, I would take away his pilot's license, his driver's license. If he's got a dog, I'd take away his dog license. If it were up to me, every day for 1 year, he should get punched in the okay? Just hire one of my little hairy uncles. How you doing? All right. See you tomorrow about 3 o'clock. Have a good day. You think it's harsh, but I'm creating jobs. You get punched in the every day for a year, there'll be no repeat offenders, okay? I don't really know what the hell is wrong with people. Look at Terrell Owens. That's the sports part of what the hell is wrong with you. Terrell Owens. Now, people, you don't have to know anything. Just know that this is a man. You don't have to know about football. Just know this is a man who literally can't go to a $6 million a year job anymore because he couldn't find a way to get along with his coworkers. What the hell is wrong with you? $6 million a year! It's crazy. $6 million a year, you could pee on me every day at work. I will show up the next day. What time you gotta pee tomorrow, coach? You gotta take a dump, I could come in early, you know what I mean? I'm a team player. Get in my new car and go home and shower. $6 million a year, you could pee on me and my entire family. I'll call them up. Ma, Dad, bring the boys, shave the dog. And leave the whore at home. That's my sister-in-law. That's it. There's no joke. I'm just telling everybody. You guys don't understand how hard I had to fight for that joke. Because literally, they're like, don't call your sister-in-law a whore on TV. I go, why? They go, because she'll sue you. I go, first you got to prove she's not a whore. Get out of here. It's never going to happen. Who's a jury of her peers? They don't register at the polls. They swing on them. Get out of here. What the hell is wrong with you? It's not her fault. Really, seriously, I'm going to tell you why. Because it's not just me. I know that you've noticed. What happened to class? Dignity, a little self-respect in this country. There's a whole generation of young girls who have no class, that flash their tetonis every chance they get. Yeah, tetonis. That's the neighborhood word for breast. Doesn't that sound like the award you win for the best cleavage and the tetoni goes to? She's one of those girls, you see them, they make the videos. Wild on spring break. Woo! And that's fine, it's fun now, right? But you know what happens? I grew up without boys, and 5 years from now, those are the same girls who are gonna be crying on a talk show somewhere. Blaming all men. I can't find a good man. Yeah, 'cause you're a whore. Sorry. Now get your baby and get the hell out of here. Oh, I love that joke. Because I can always tell where the whores are. You know who you are. Everybody else does too. Don't kid yourself. No, I love that you guys got that joke, because you get it, right? I mean, you know how there's always one idiot that ruins everything? You know, there's always that one idiot, like the guy who wins the lottery and says he's going back to work. Can you imagine sitting next to the guy who won $340 million in the lot? You would stab him in the eye with a paperclip. So, you know, there's always one idiot. So I tell that joke about, I say, get your baby and get out of here. And there's a woman, and she's a critic, and she hates me. And she writes in her column that I'm trying to cut down all single moms. Now, that's not what I'm saying. I have much respect for motherhood, let alone being a single mom, okay? I know how that job has got to be, because I'm single and I can't raise sea monkeys right now, all right? You know who I'm cutting down with that joke when I say get your baby and get out of here? Whores. And if that offends you, good, okay? It's a little something, right? It's a little something I like to call the Save-A-Hole Project, okay? It's about bringing class and dignity back to this country. We'll go city to city, hire Bob Vila, we'll do a makeover show, call it This Old Hoe. It'll be wonderful. First episode will star my sister-in-law. It's crazy to me. I don't know what it is. There's just like this whole generation, especially girls are trying to be perfect. You don't have to be perfect. Do you know that? Like, men don't try to be perfect for us. They don't, what do you guys do? We're lucky if they shower. And trying to be perfect will get you in trouble, because I had a neighbor who got the silicone Titonis, and one got hard. Just one, like a rock. Then you can't swim. You just keep flipping over. I think that's why they canceled Baywatch, right? Because those broads are scaring people. Is that a shark? No, that's Uniboob. Leave her alone. And when they get them done nowadays, have you noticed all of a sudden, like, they give these excuses to show them up? It's a wardrobe malfunction. Get out of here. What the hell is wrong with me if I believe that? Wardrobe malfunction. I've been getting dressed for a couple of decades by myself now. Never once did I sit down for dinner with my family and my Titoni. Just, hey. Oh, I'm sorry, Grandma. It's a wardrobe malfunction. Get off. You better pray my grandma never has a wardrobe malfunction, because you won't eat for 3 days. Okay, I swear to God. She has huge Titonis, 48 double E long, all right? They're awful, awful. And they're like weapons to her, okay? She makes them work. She's the Jackie Chan of the Titoni nunchucks. Like, if you're acting up in the corner, she won't chase you. She'll just booby boomerang. You just... You laugh, you get hit in the face with a nipple, you'll straighten your bad ass up. It's not much fun. But it's crazy because like my grandmother's a role model to me. A lot of these young girls, they don't have role models. Roseanne and Paula Poncho, they really were role models to me. Who are the role models for these young girls now? Who? Anna Nicole? Look at you. Anna Nicole. Somebody go, don't pick on Anna, she's dumb. Nope, she chose to be dumb, okay? Because the library was open for everybody, all right? It's just my opinion. I didn't have a special pass to get in and learn something, a secret decoder ring. I feel bad for her, though, because I'll tell you something. When Anna gained weight, Hollywood made her feel so badly about herself. Because if you watched women on TV nowadays, they're all so tiny. They're like size 00. They're beautiful, but they're mean because they're hungry. Okay? It's awful. It's not natural to be 28 years old shopping at Baby Gap, okay? And they're mean, I'm telling you, because literally I was doing a show in LA, and after the show, this girl came up to me, 00 girl, wanted to physically fight me. Now, I don't even know what she was mad about, okay? Probably something I said about horse. I don't know. I'm just... You make your own decision. But she wanted to physically fight me. And I go, okay, we're not doing this. First of all, 2 reasons. Number 1, there's no class or dignity in that, and I'm not doing it. I go, number 2, you're a 00, and I'm a girl from the neighborhood. If I swing at you and miss, you'll die of pneumonia, okay? Jeez. Jeez. And people are crazy, though, nowadays, you know? And really, I wish someone would I had brothers to tell me. No one tells these young girls, and they watch MTV, and then they leave the house in the outfits they see the women wear in the videos, 2 potato chips and a Band-Aid, right? And they think that they're sexy just because a man wants to sleep with them. No! Just because a man wants to sleep with you does not mean you're sexy. Because my brothers will hump a couch if the cushions are fluffy enough, okay? All right? That's just a biological function. There's not a knot hole in a tree in America that hasn't had a little pee-pee shoved in it at one point. That's why they call it a woody, all right? I swear to God. I listen at the door when they have the meetings. Some of you don't, oh, she said, listen, trust me, that's not a dirty joke. That's a message from the Save a Hole Project. There's so much going on right now, like women right now, you know, and I'll tell you the truth, as a woman, I will admit that women dress for other women. right? That's why men, if we love you, we dress you for other women too. That's why we dress you stupid. Because we want another woman to look at you and go, he's cute, but I can't fix all of this. Who do you think invented the Hawaiian shirt, okay? And I know this from growing up with boys, that a lot of things, pretty much everything a man does is to see a woman naked. It's the truth, it really is, right? I mean, you know it, you wake up, that's why they have jobs, that's why they have homes, that's why they have cars, just to see a woman naked, and you don't have to go through all that. You really don't. All you need to do is put a scale in your living room. Because there's not a woman alive who weighs herself completely dressed. Right? We start getting undressed on the way to the doctor's office. Wow, my earrings weigh 3 pounds. Take these off. I don't know. It's been a lot of fun for me. I've had a great year. Did a lot of charity work this year, and I love doing charity work for good causes. I'll be happy to help out in any disaster. You know, the only thing I don't like doing is helping people who lose their mobile homes to natural disasters. Because don't you know the definition of mobile? Hook that son of a bitch up, Cooter, and drive. Okay? Right? We have time. I did a charity, you won't even believe this. I did a charity show for the Playboy Foundation. I don't know what their charity is. 14-year-old boys who go blind from reading the magazine. I didn't ask, I'm just trying to do a good deed, and afterwards they had a party at the old dude's house, and I didn't want to go, but my brothers made me go for research, and my boyfriend wanted to go. Yeah, right, like that's gonna happen. That was terrible at the Playboy. I was drunk, and you know when alcohol and estrogen is a truth serum, okay? When we get drunk, we have to announce it. I'm drunk, woo! Woo, high five, high five, high five. And at that exact second, every guy's head in that entire place just goes, ding, 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 we got a winner. Because for men, it's like watching the Discovery Channel. They wait for the weak one to fall off from the herd, you know? They're like, Darter, put her on the top of the truck. We got a live one, Earl. Let's go. You got tags? Come on, we're going to release her in the wild. It's crazy. And when a woman gets drunk out with her girlfriends, have you ever heard the drunk chick cry? Have you ever heard the high pitch? You wonder why whales randomly beach themselves sometimes? I think it's a direct result of girls' night out. But I just, and it's funny because I'm there and I'm feisty because I'm drunk and they have a trampoline contest to raise money and I'm like, anything for the children. And let me tell you, those girls, they're little and they're mean and they drop kick me off the trampoline, okay? And I go flying on my butt down a hill into a pond. A peacock goes to attack me. I think I'm paralyzed, but really I'm just drunk, stuck in the mud. And all I can do is picture the phone call to my parents' house. Mr. and Mrs. Pescatelli, we're sorry to inform you, but your daughter has been paralyzed. Oh my God, what happened? Well, she was drunk and she fell off the trampoline at the Playboy Mansion. Leave the whore there. And I'm going to tell you something. I couldn't walk for 3 days. And you can talk about class and self-respect and dignity all you want. But when you can't walk for 3 days after going to a party at the Playboy Mansion, nobody believes it has anything to do with an unfortunate trampoline accident. Not only the president of the Save a Hole Project. Good night, God bless you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
This is true. University of Texas, a couple of years ago, one of the chemistry majors did a study on all the chemicals in some of the fast food, right? It made national news because she found an ingredient in McRibs also used to make exercise mats. That's true. That's so gross. And if you're in here tonight and you eat McRibs, you're probably like, what is an exercise mat?
Like, the more someone tries to convince me of something, the less I believe them. Every time Wendy's has a commercial, like, we use 100% real chicken. I'm like, I thought you did. Now I'm not so sure. Why do you have to advertise 100% chicken? Never frozen. It is definitely frozen. I'm ordering it at 1 a.m. I hope you froze it. It's just been sitting there all day.
I think it's too easy to eat terrible. That's what I think it is, you know? Because it wasn't that long ago where it's like, you want to eat bad, you got a couple places you can go to. Now they compete with each other to see who can offer something worse for you. Wendy's has a sandwich called Son of Baconator. Their food is having kids when they're closed. Do you understand how bad that is for you? That's how I order it too. I'm like, give me a Baconator and one of his children. I don't know. You got a boy? They usually taste better.
Last time I was in Florida, this is real. By the way, this is Googleable information after the show. I'm in Florida. I'm walking past a newspaper stand. I look into the stand. The headline on the newspaper reads, "Local man robs Wendy's with alligator." What did you just say to me? I read it, I still said that out loud. It was incredible. Oh, and also, oh yeah, that's all you want to say? You don't want to add any more to that? Like, I don't know, maybe tell us if the alligator was an accomplice or a weapon? How about that? For real. Did this guy rob a Wendy's with an alligator, or did this guy rob a Wendy's with an alligator? There's a huge difference. Did he start a gang with an alligator, throw a bandana on it? He's like, we're the alligator boys now. Let's get to a Wendy's and make this official. No. So, this is how, I bought the paper and I read the article, and this is real. He used the alligator as a weapon, okay? And when I read that, I was like, did he at least hold it like a gun? Right? He didn't. He threw it through a drive-through window. Yep. Didn't see that one coming, did ya? You know who else did it? The lady at the drive-thru. So many things have to happen before you can even throw an alligator. You have to find it in the wild? Also, by the way, how horrible is Florida that there is just alligators available to you? What was even his qualifying material? Was he looking for a specific type? Or did he just, the first one he saw, he was like, this is the one, and he took it? That was it? So this is real. This happened in Florida, a place connected to the United States, where we are all living currently. A grown man with a driver's license found an alligator that day. He didn't even build a relationship with it. He takes his new alligator and he seatbelts it into the backseat of his car. I assume. I just have no idea how else you keep it from getting into the front seat and biting you, right? I don't know if you guys know anything about alligators, but they kind of just do whatever they want. So he seatbelts this dinosaur into the back seat. And then he gets into the front seat and he's like, I gotta make some money today. There's the wheel. I could get a job. And he goes, no time. Spent most of my day on that alligator thing. Projects. I could rob someone. And he goes, I could rob a place. Those places have more money than someone's. Rob a bank. And he goes, no. They'll be expecting that. Just thinking about it. And then he comes to the conclusion, Wendy's. They have money and chili. That's the place. So he drives his new alligator to Wendy's, okay? Pulls up to the drive-thru, and the lady at the drive-thru is like, hello, how can I help you today? And he goes, give me all the money. And she just looks right at him and goes, no. You didn't even come inside? You failed at this robbery. And the dude is so mad. He goes, give me the money in the register or I'll kill you. And she's from Florida, so she's not afraid of death or whatever. She looks down at him and she's like, no, if you had a gun, you would have shown it to me already. I call your bluff. Get out of here, crazy guy. Go. And he's seething mad at this point, furious. And he's like, you know what? I don't have a gun, but hold on. And then he palmed an alligator through the drive-thru window. Yup. He skipped so many steps in that robbery. If he had a list of things he was supposed to do, he would have thrown the alligator, looked down, and just been like, oh no! I was supposed to threaten her with the alligator first. By the way, can you imagine being her? Just telling this guy off, and he's like, you know what, I don't have a gun. And you're like, wow, nailed it. Really doing it today. And then he leans back and starts unbuckling the world's ugliest toddler. Like, hey, someone come and see this, is wild. And then you look back and an alligator is flying. Imagine being the car behind him. Sitting there with your girlfriend. Like, what takes so long to make burgers here? She's on her phone, you're like, do you even care? You look back from her, and then an alligator soars from window to window. Honey, get off your phone, they're throwing alligators into Wendy's. This guy is crazy. She's on her phone like, that doesn't make sense. They don't even serve alligators here. What? Why am I with you? So, this dude is sitting there, awkwardly, with no more alligators left to play in the robbery. Probably thinking to himself, oh, you think if I ask for my alligator back? Such a bad idea to throw it. He didn't even put a fanny pack on it. Like, maybe get some money while you're in there? I don't know. So, he drives off. Yeah, and he gets arrested immediately. He didn't even wear a mask. Yeah, he was like, I'm in Florida. People throw alligators. I'll probably get lost in the shuffle. No, he didn't. They remembered him. They arrested him pretty hard afterwards. The end of the article is true. It goes, no one was injured. The alligator was safely released back into the wild. And at the very end of the article, it read, no drug involvement suspected. Oh yeah, Florida? That was your sober plan? What does the non-sober plan look like? Do you ride a horse and the alligator throws you? What happens?
I'm pretty patriotic myself. Here's how patriotic I am. I am a vegetarian, but I love Kentucky Fried Chicken. I don't even eat it anymore. I just support it. Because we were poor when we got here, we couldn't eat out. First thing we ate out was Kentucky Fried Chicken. My dad went all out. He got the bucket of chicken, he got the biscuits, and he also bought the coleslaw. And if you've been eating coleslaw your whole life, maybe you don't know this, but it is disgusting. There's always somebody somewhere like, no, it's pretty good. Yeah, and people on a farm get used to the smell of poop. You can get used to horrible things. I don't know who thought that, like, you know what this salad needs to be? Wet. Let's make a wet salad. Should it be clear wet? No, it should be snotty wet. It should be the most disgusting thing. And see if people will eat it. So my dad noticed we weren't eating the coleslaw. He's like, hey, why is nobody eating that coleslaw? And we're like, Dad, it doesn't taste good. He's like, I don't care. You have to eat it. Because the white people eat it. And they cannot find out we're not white people. Like, they're gonna know when you talk. My dad's not gonna sneak past any of you. Where are you from, sir? Boston, Massachusetts. That's how he says Massachusetts.
You guys like having fun? Get yourself an empty bucket from the Colonel Sanders. There's more. Put a real live chicken in it. Go up to the window at KFC. Come here. Yeah, this chicken ain't done. I do that stuff too, man.
But this lady in Gatlinburg, I don't know how else to describe. She looked like someone who might frequent a Long John Silver's / Kentucky Fried Chicken, like a 2-in-1 fast food restaurant. I don't know if you guys ever go to those, but there's good people watching in there too. So any of them, I don't care what the combo is. For some reason, the average redneck brain can't seem to process that there are two businesses operating behind one counter and sharing the menu above. And the first time they see it, it just catches them off guard. They're like, okay, could I get a... Okay, do I need to be at this register if I want chicken? Is this like a food court or something? It's the same company. I can order off of both of them. Oh, I didn't know that. Well, I'm getting a family meal deal. I get 2 sides. Could I get a side from this side and then a side from that side? Like if I could hurry up and decide, could I go from side to side for my sides? I can? I want to try that. Okay. Well, extra biscuits. I mean, I knew that before I came in here. And what does Long John Silver's have? Hush puppies. What? Can I do that? 2 breads? Oh, yeah, hook it up. I know it sounds like I'm really exaggerating for the sake of stand-up comedy, but it's not as much as you think, okay? I promise if you go to any 2-in-1 fast food restaurant and just grab a seat close to the register, just within earshot, within 5 minutes, you'll hear some trucker spit out a sentence that has never been formed in the history of words because he's buckling under the pressure of the line that's now formed behind him. He's like, oh God, I'm sorry, you guys. I hadn't even thought about tacos, and then I come in here and boom, right there they are next to the pizza. But if you can make wherever you go, half of it Long John Silver's, like that's where you're gonna have the best time. All right. At any Long John Silver's, you will hear a grown man ask for extra crumbs, which is a new low for our society and really racist humans. Now, if I've completely lost you, Long John Silver's, it's a fast food seafood restaurant. And what they do is they take chicken and fish and they dip it in their batter and then they put it in the deep fryer. And when they flip it from the deep fryer, little pieces of that batter break off. And then a pile of those little pieces form. And then people go, hey, could I get a scoop of the thing that, right there, I want some of that stuff, like the garbage on the bottom. I want some of that, like, put some of that into my treasure chest. They get all, and I was like, did that guy just ask for more crumbs? Like, I thought I might have misheard, right? She pushes a button on the register. Boop, crumbs, 10 cents. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. How often does this happen? Okay? Seriously. Like, I thought I could be witnessing the first time in the history of Long John Silver's where some guy was like, listen, this is gonna sound a little crazy, but I'm a little short on cash, and I have a long drive ahead of me. Could you maybe just put some of that stuff into a cup? I could snack on it while I'm on the road. I don't know. No, people. It happens so much that it has been programmed into the register. And if that's the case, right? If whatever you call that stuff has its own button, which I'm pretty sure we can all agree was not in the original business plan. That tells me that there was a day somewhere that it went down, right? And as a professional people watcher, I'm just mad I wasn't there to see it. You know, because I just picture some toothless manager storming out of the back. Hey, somebody's gonna have to start paying for these crunchies, all right? I can't be giving this stuff away all day. If everybody's gonna ask for it, we gotta figure something out. Let's just be honest. Y'all love free stuff. That's what it is, ain't it? Yeah, it is. That's why we had to get rid of our tartar sauce pump and switch to packets, put them behind the counter, limit 2 per customer, because y'all were pumping it right into your boats. Are you kidding me? Nobody needs that much tartar sauce. And I'm sick of dealing with it. And he tries to slam the door, but it's that metal kitchen door, right? So just 10 minutes later, no one's speaking because you can still hear him in the back, ticked off. I ain't settling down, Tommy. I'm sick of this. They don't pay me enough to put up with this. I'm so mad my hand's shaking. I'm supposed to bowl tonight. Now what? I'm done. Well, I don't care if I said it before. I mean it this time. You watch. As soon as I can afford that lift kit and them Luke Bryan tickets, you ain't never gonna see me again. I'm out. Well, of course I'm going. Florida-Georgia line's opening. I ain't gonna miss that. They're the only dudes that can settle me down right now. You do that for me? All right, you take the Nelly part. You make me wanna roll my window. Okay, listen. Obviously, I've thought way too much about a day that probably never happened, okay? I'll give you that. But I have questions, and I want them answered. And the only people that can answer them are those in charge at the Yum Brands. If you're not familiar with who they are, Pizza Hut, Taco Bell, Kentucky Fried Chicken, Long John Silver's, A&W Root Beer. Now, I don't know what they're on, but they're on something, okay? All their ideas, whether it's for the restaurant, the 2-in-1 fast food concept itself, I feel like they just get together in a big room. Hey, Carl, you got anything? There have been several occasions where I was like, I want fried chicken and pizza at the same time, but probably was not in a stable position to drive 2 separate places. Can we do something about that? Yeah, I think we could do something about that. We could probably sell both of those here, right? Yeah? All right, we can put that down. Save some money on rent. Phil, what do you guys got? Okay, we're representing Pizza Hut, and you know the doughy part around the outside of the pizza? The crust? The crust, dude. I told you it was called the crust. What if, and I'm just spitballing here, we remove the crust and replace it with a ring of soft pretzel, pigs in a blanket, and if we can't do that, could we just fill it with cheese? Well, we can certainly look into one of those, if not all of them. I think those are all good ideas our audience would certainly enjoy. Ricky, what about you? I've always wanted to make taco shells out of Doritos. That's what I'm talking about. That needs to be, put that down first. We got to figure that one out first. Maybe the greatest idea that's ever come out of these summits. We'll start with nacho cheese, Cool Ranch in the 4th quarter. People love little red and green flecks on their taco shells at Christmas. I love it. I love everything I'm hearing.
We do have a set greeting, though. The greeting is scripted. You can't say hello your own way. You got to say it just like this. Welcome to Burger King family. Take your order. Why don't you try it? You try it, young man. Okay, sir. Welcome to Burger King. What are you doing here? Oh, not quite, but you'll get it. You know, if I go to Burger King, if I get an order of onion rings, there's always a couple of French fries mixed in there with them.
Always, but if I get the French fries, there's never any onion rings mixed in there. Are they in the same pile or aren't they? I'm mystified by that. You ever line up one of these places and you're hungry and you're in a hurry and you're watching the guy working back there, and by the way he's moving, you're pretty sure he's underwater. I get drowsy watching them work. I get up there, I'm falling asleep. I'll have a hamburger. What time is it? Sometimes I'll screw with the guy. I'll screw him, you know. Yeah, I'm gonna get a McWhopper. Yeah, McWhopper. With mashed potatoes and a Heineken. The Biggie Heineken. Supersize the Biggie. You know what? Make it a Schlitz. Can I change my order? You ever try to change your order? Oh man, they look at you like you asked them to rewire the Pentagon. We got a situation over here. We got a code red. Yeah, this man, he's not gonna eat the things he said he would eat originally. What am I supposed to do now? Push the buttons, show me which ones. Shift, Alt, Enter, Delete, Escape, Start over. Welcome to Burger King, what do you want? Get it right this time. This is hard. What I'm doing is hard. Burger King, they don't mind the special order, right? Extra pickle, that's their slogan. That's not their slogan. That's why I'm not in the slogan writing business. Have it your way, that's their slogan. Have it your way, that's still their slogan. You know what I like to do at Burger King? I go, you know what, I want a Whopper with cheese, but I want the top bun on the bottom and the bottom bun on the top. Yeah, that's my way. I want the top bun on the bottom and the bottom bun on the top. And don't just think you can flip it upside down, I know the difference. And I want you to cut it into 8 pieces like a pizza. I'm gonna eat it with a spork. You got sporks, I hope. A&W's got sporks.
I like Burger King better than McDonald's. Not because the food's any better, it's because I'm really immature. And every time I go to Burger King, I get an onion ring in my fries. That's a good day. You don't even know you got it until you get back to the table. You have your tray, you're like, oh, do you want to sit at this booth right here? Oh, that's fine. Oh, I didn't pay for this, did I? Who's the king now, huh? I'm gonna put it to the side, save it for later. Little ketchup circle of protection around it. Just the opposite. If you get a fry in your onion rings, you're a little mad about it, you know? It's a waste of space. You're up at the counter. Where's the manager? My crown falls off. I don't want to talk about it. Still fits.
I found this out while I was in Oklahoma. Did you know if you go through a drive-through fast food restaurant without a car, they'll get mad? This is a true story, y'all. Whenever I work a club on land, it's the club owner responsibility for my accommodations, and this club owner has put me up at a hotel that's right across the parking lot. Y'all notice I didn't say street, right? It's right across the parking lot from a Burger King, and I stumbled over there one night, midnight, 1 o'clock, after a show. I was a little bit inebriated, and okay, I won't lie to you, I was a bit inebriated. But I knew better than to drive, and I got to the Burger King, and the doors were locked, y'all, but that drive-through was open. I was just standing at the speaker. And that woman that lives in that box right there, she said, welcome to Burger King, may I take your order? I was like, yeah, I want a Whopper with cheese, and I want a small fry, and I want a Coke. And she said, "Are you in a car?" I was like, "I don't know. Can you see me?" She wouldn't serve me. Yeah, I had to hitchhike in the drive-thru. Oh, hey, dude. Could you take me to that first window right there? I can help with gas. He wouldn't do it. I had to get a taxi. $56 for a Whopper.
The other day, I wasn't feeling great about old Andrew Hobbs. You know, feeling pretty bad about myself. So I did something I regret. I went to Burger King. Yeah, I know. I regret it too. And I ordered my food, thinking like, I deserve this. This is what I asked for. Because I asked for it. And over the intercom, this little voice says, "Hey, for $1, would you like 2 cookies?" Sorry, I get a little emotional with this one. And I told him, I've done nothing today to deserve 2 cookies. And I drive around to the window, and there he is, with 2 cookies. And he says to me, "Son, sometimes we all deserve 2 cookies." And I am here to tell you that the King of all burgers is a just and merciful King. And if we will but humble ourselves, he will provide.
Here's something that happened to me a while back that was half stupid, half just cracked me up. There's a town in Alabama that when I'm driving down to the Gulf of Mexico, you have to go through, and it's spelled really weird. It's spelled E-A-U-F-A-U-L-A. Has anybody ever heard of this? Probably. Well, for over 40 years, I've been going through this town, and I never learned how to pronounce it. It's driving me crazy. So I figured, you know what? Doggone it. Next time, I want to stop and get a local. That's the best way, isn't it? So get a local to teach me. So I stopped in the first building I could find, go in, sweet little lady behind the counter. I go, "Ma'am, you got to help me. Can you please tell me where I am and say it slowly so I'll understand?" She's like, "All right." Burger King. Thank you. I figured the E was silent.
I got a buddy, he's got them everywhere, right? Tattoos all the way up to his neck, 2 full sleeves, the works. He's always complaining to me, though, about not being able to get a job. He's like, "I don't get it, man." I'm like, "Dude, what's not to get? You got a tattoo of a demon on your neck. You should have been smarter about this and gotten a tattoo of your resume." It's like, "Hey, check it out, shift lead at Burger King, 04 to 08. I dropped a couple French fries.
Anybody been pulled over recently and deserved it? Anybody do that? Nobody admits to it, see? I deserved it. It was my fault. I admit that it was my fault. I was driving by myself in the carpool lane, which is terrible. I was late to a gig and I took a shot. Got pulled over, got caught. All right? And my first instinct is to maybe make up a lie or just joke around with the police officer, see if I can get out of it, you know? But I couldn't come up with a lie for driving by myself in the carpool lane. So I just panicked and I was like, "Oh no, I left my baby at Burger King again?" And I don't know why I said again. Like I do this all the time. Don't worry, officer, I know the drill. He laughed. He thought it was funny, but then he wrote me a ticket because that doesn't work, right? And I don't know what was gonna happen. Like, what was my end game on this? Like, my mind immediately goes to like worst case scenario, right? Like, I'm getting a police escort back to Burger King, and oh wait, I'm just praying there's an abandoned baby there that I can borrow for a few or whatever. Then I'm texting my friends like, drop your kid off at Burger King, quick. My uncle texts back immediately, yeah, I'll do it. Father of the year. But he only has a 17-year-old daughter, so that's not what I meant, you know what I mean? Me and the cop get out of the car, and she just goes, hey, Daddy. This is gonna be way worse than a minor traffic infraction, I think. Take me home, Daddy. Okay, shut your mouth, Rose.
I love advertising, especially when advertising is unintentionally funny. I'll give you an example. I'm driving by a Burger King, right? The Burger King sign reads, now hiring closers. But a windstorm had hit and the C had fallen off the sign. I gotta wait for the bad spellers on that joke.
Like, I remember the last date I was on, this woman, she started opening up, right? Like, not in a good way, emotionally. In a very unkind way. She's like, you know, when I was 8 years old, my dad went out to get hamburgers for the whole family and never came back. And I was like, oh my, those must have been some amazing hamburgers. Do you remember where he went? I want some. Did he Yelp it? We should find your father. Could you imagine a hamburger so good where you just leave your family? You just take one bite, I'm not going back. I won't go back. You gotta go back. What about your kids?
Chick-fil-A, they're required to say with pleasure or my pleasure to anything, everything. It's in their training. Can I have 2 straws? Here you go, thank you, my pleasure. I think you're overestimating this transaction. It can't be your pleasure.
Oh no, I drive that car. I drive that Subaru around to a lot of stand-up comedy gigs, and so I'm driving a lot, and I'm constantly afraid that I'm gonna fall asleep at the wheel. Like, I don't know if this happens to you guys, but I've tried everything. I get drowsy as soon as I start driving. So I've tried sunflower seeds. I've tried those little energy drinks, and nothing has worked until now. I figured out the best way to stay awake and alert. Before I drive anywhere, I stop at Jack in the Box. Yeah. And I order myself 2 dirty tacos. Yeah. The kind that are so greasy you can see through them. Because nothing keeps you on the edge of your seat. Like holding back diarrhea. You are awake and you are alert. It's crazy.
I do like exploring new places, and your community is no doubt. What a beautiful place. Listen, I get to go to some of the most beautiful places. Oh, I was in Mexico, right? And I've been there a bunch, but I've never had like Mexican cuisine because they don't have the chalupas and whatnot there. So I had to go. Like the numero cuatro. And so I went to the taxi driver and I said, sir, please take me, por favor, to where the locals eat. And this fella took me to a Five Guys. Do you have Five Guys where you live? All right. Here's a little tip from me to you. Don't order the large French fry at Five Guys. It comes in a wheelbarrow. It's huge. That's the only French fry that's bad for your back. So I'm in this little town eating Idaho, pretty much. I'm eating this stuff. And this lady, bless her. I'm gonna describe this lady to you with love in my heart. She's leaving the Five Guys with a bag of Five Guys in each hand. And I'm thinking, that's like 10 guys, that's a lot of guys. It's a little math joke. I will describe her to you as my Nana would have described her, with love and respect in my heart. She was a big-boned woman. We on the same page? You know what I mean when I say big-boned woman? Now, full disclosure, I did not see any bones. But surely they were present. Some things we take on faith. She's leaving the Five Guys, bag of Five Guys in each hand. As she leaves, there was an incident. I'm trying to think how to make this friend. Oh. She had a blowout. Not sure what you're cheering for. She blew out her crock. You know what a crock is? Everybody knows a crock, like a foam rubber gardening slipper that 4-year-old white kids wear to the pool. Okay. The official shoe of Connor. You with me? Okay, right? I don't know what kind of load the crock is rated for. Now, load's an engineering word. I'm not being disrespectful. I don't know what that number is. But it was exceeded that day. Right there in the Cinco Hombres, right there. Thanks for digging my Spanish. Now, I don't know all the science words, but she made a move. I would call it a plant pivot. She was able to complete the maneuver just fine. The crock, not so much. It accepted the plant, resisted the pivot. And I guess the compression and the torsion and the shearing force and the friction I don't know. It turns into dust. There's crock dust in the air. That was preceded by a hissing noise. And she looked at me, I'm like, don't look at me, senor, that's all you. No, I'm wearing 2 shoes. You got a crock foot and a barefoot. But I try to be helpful. I said, so what you want to do maybe is cut back to, let's say, uno bag of Five Guys. Head over there to the Peso Less shoe store. I get some grown-up shoes.
So, do any of you guys go to In-N-Out Burger? Or you guys have heard of it? Yes! Oh my gosh, I love it. I'm from Minnesota where we don't have it, and I live in LA now, and I think it's super cool. And when my family was coming to visit, I wanted to impress them, so I was like, oh my gosh, you guys, we have to go to In-N-Out Burger. It's so cool. And I was amping them up. I was talking about it for months and months and months, and I was like, they have a secret menu. You have to know what's on the menu. They don't tell you. You have to know, you know? And I was just super excited, and they were super excited. So when the plane landed, I took them directly to In-N-Out Burger. And we get there, I'm so excited, they're so excited, we get in line, get up to the line, and I cannot remember the name of the secret menu item. Right, do you guys know what it is? Animal style, right? I could not remember, so I'm in line and my family's watching and I'm just staring at this cashier and I'm just like, we would like 4 burgers, unicorn style? I stared at the cashier and he goes, okay. I was like, okay. And he was like, okay. I was like, okay. All right, we did it. This is great. We're doing it. Yes. He goes to make the burgers. My family's excited. 20 minutes go by. We get our burgers, and it's the same cashier made sure to deliver them to us. And he shoves this box of burgers towards us, and it's 4 burgers. And they each have just 1 French fry. Just shoved into the middle of the burger. And I'm looking at the cashier, and he's looking at me, and he's like, eh? And I'm like, eh. And he's like, eh. And my family's like, why do people order it like this? I was like, I don't know, but this place is awesome.
I like crappy food too much. I love it. I love crappy food. I ate at a Sonic's today. I found the Sonic's. I thought it was a fictional restaurant just in commercials. I had to venture to Utah to find the one Sonic that they advertise nationwide. Come to the Sonic off of the 15 in Utah. New York City, come on down. Did it. I found a Sonic. Whew. Got them tots, got that shake, baby. Did it.
Love traveling. This never fails. Every time I go out of town, I always just go to a Subway. That's where I go. I could go anywhere, but I go to a Subway. I have